young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Pause. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Pause. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. You got jackets.
That's a dialogue.
We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
When I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, six pack one when I'm traveling, 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 get that when I'm traveling, six pack one when I'm traveling. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, six pack one when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, six pack one when I'm traveling. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit, seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Show what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
Aaron, what's popping? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. How was the weekend?
Productive. A little plumbing.
Yeah.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
So the Mr. Fantastic, he'll be in a second. We gotta get it popping, man. Salute. Got 80 people in the building so far. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership. Let me see who in the chat real quick. Mel, you already know. Let me know how it sounds, man. I had to switch my setup just a little bit, so let me know that my mic sounds all right, and then my sound effects and all that. You heard? Mel was popping once again. Yasmin in the building. Salute, salute, salute. D was goody. Like, share, subscribe. If you're a member, we did a pop-up members only stream on Saturday. That stream was an intense one, but it was dope. I'm gonna definitely clip it up. If you're a member, it's definitely on members only. I recommend you go watch that in your spare time. You know? Rebecca was popping. Miss Bell's in the building. Salute. My brother E Dub came up there and blessed us on Saturday too. Rock solid. What up, man? Nightbot putting in work. That's always good. Salute, salute. Mr. Williams was popping. Good to see you. CJ, what up? What up? What up? What up? What up? SPS podcast in the building. Quincy, salute. What's popping? Hope everything's golden, man. Like, share, subscribe. Alibaba was popping. Bad life in the building. Like it, man. Chris, what up though? What's popping? Hope everything's everything. JJ was popping. Good to see you. Like, share, subscribe. Strada was popping. Strada in the building. SPS podcast in the building. Make sure I go like, share, and subscribe. You heard? So Zom was shaking. Good to see you. James in the building. Salute, 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 salute. Damn, my bad. Minaj, what up? What up? What up? Good to see you. Good to see you. Serving a Yah. Shalom. Ak was popping. Salute. So I had Sherelle on the flyer for a different reason. I'll explain. But we see Sherelle tomorrow. You know what I mean? Mel was good. Melly Mel was popping. Free my grandma. What up? Clips was shaking. We about to get something popping this weekend, man. Sure. Leon was popping. All right, we good. We good. And Rand, Shalom. Dallas, how you? Bino in the building. SPS in the building. Dre on the grind. What up, Dre? Wagwan, my youth. Know what I mean? Hank was goody. Mufasa in the building. Salute, salute. Chaotic Clubhouse. Salute. You got an issue with Mufasa? I recommend that you walk it off. All right? Make sure y'all go subscribe to Chaotic Clubhouse. Cali was popping. East Side was good. Salute, salute, salute. Like, share, subscribe. Keisha in the building. I like it. Miss Jilly in the building. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. Dange Beats was popping. Good to see you. All right. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. My brother Marcus was goody. Man. All right, man. Make sure y'all get please drop the Chaotic Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? Please drop the SPS podcast in the building. Make sure people go hit the like, share, and subscribe buttons to those brothers in a platform. They show a lot of love that this might be risky. It's only right. We got 120 people in the building. We have 62 likes. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership. All right, man. Salute. Damn, man. I think my weekend was pretty productive. We got a lot of stuff going on and all that. Aaron was just bestowed the moderator wrench. Somebody please help him adjust to dropping links and etc., especially how to use Nightbot. Tiff was popping. Neighbor, what you mean? Oh man, No Country, what up? What up? What up? He was almost late, man. So Aaron, there was one thing that I saw. We definitely gonna get to it, man. There's one thing that I saw that we had to have a conversation about. Totally, I'm not gonna say left field, but it's definitely not on par with this topic whatsoever. Let me see if I can find the damn clip. I just had it up. Hold on. So I wanted to get your take. So, did y'all see this right here? What do y'all think about it? I think this is the clip I want, but I may play another one. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. We definitely mean this is fantastic for the second half for sure. So, did you hear about this?
Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Did you
No, what do we look? What?
The father of a teen fatally shot by Cincinnati police Thursday, now behind bars, after investigators say he killed a deputy from another department the next day with his car.
There is a connection between these two incidents.
38-year-old Rodney Hinton Jr. is charged with aggravated murder. Prosecutors say he intentionally struck a recently retired Hamilton County deputy who was on traffic patrol.
I've got an officer now.
A makeshift memorial today at the intersection. The deputy, just identified by the sheriff's office as Larry Henderson, later died at the hospital.
He was so well liked and so well known.
A courtroom full of law enforcement Saturday as Hinton faced a judge. His team in court calling this an emotionally charged situation. Hinton making a hard-to-hear comment to deputies while being escorted out in handcuffs. The crash happened just hours after he joined a meeting with Cincinnati police to review body camera video of his son's death, according to the attorneys hired by the family to investigate the police shooting. The video, now publicly released from two different angles, shows 18-year-old Ryan Hinton being shot and killed Thursday morning by a city police officer.
He's got a gun.
Investigators say the teen pointed a gun at Cincinnati officers responding to a call of a stolen vehicle. Hinton's family attorneys tonight writing they are heartbroken by this tragic turn of events, and we are all devastated for the family of the officer who was killed.
Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Cincinnati. So, Shaq, what is next here for the man being charged?
Hallie, he's scheduled to be back in this courthouse Tuesday morning as the state requests he be held without bond. Meanwhile, you see it there. Flags on county buildings have been lowered to half staff in honor of that fallen deputy. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Rammed his car into a
No, I was not aware of any of this.
He rammed his car into a sheriff's deputy, killing him, did so intentionally. The suspect appearing in court today is the father of an 18-year-old killed in an officer-involved shooting on Thursday. The suspect charged with aggravated murder. Here's ABC's Christian Cordero.
Tonight, authorities say the shooting of an 18-year-old captured on police body cam is connected to the death of an Ohio deputy after that teen's father allegedly hit him with a car a day later. Prosecutors say the attack was calculated and premeditated. Cincinnati PD responding to reports of a stolen Kia at an apartment building Thursday morning. 4 suspects then fleeing police. Among them, 18-year-old Ryan Hinton. Body camera shows Hinton fall as he tries to run away. Police say they heard a metal clinking sound they believe was a gun.
He's got a gun. He's got a gun on your right. On your right. He's got a gun.
As Hinton emerges from behind a dumpster, authorities say another officer firing 4 or 5 shots.
The officer says that he saw the suspect point the firearm at him.
Yes. Just 6 seconds passed between when police arrived and gunshots rang out. Officials say they tried administering medical aid. Hinton was struck twice and died. Investigators saying this gun was recovered from the scene allegedly found in Hinton's possession. On Friday, a day after that shooting and 2 hours after the Hinton family reviewed the body camera footage, according to the family's lawyer, a driver crashing a car into a Hamilton County deputy directing traffic near a commencement ceremony, killing him. The suspect, authorities say, is Ryan Hinton's father, Rodney Hinton Jr. Hinton's attorney calling the officer's death a horrific tragedy. At his first court appearance today, Hinton walked through a room packed with law enforcement. He's now charged with aggravated murder. The Hamilton County Sheriff says the deputy's death was a tremendous loss. Hinton Jr. is currently being held on no bail. His bond hearing scheduled for Tuesday.
Christian Cordero, thank you. Next tonight, authorities in Ohio say the man who allegedly rammed his car into a sheriff's deputy, killing him, did.
So I definitely want to get into the topic, you know. Crimson, salute. See, Crimson made an interesting comment. I wish she had like 5 minutes to come up to break that down, you know. She might. She do me a favor every once in a blue moon when we get there. Damn. So what you think about this, though?
I mean, it looks like a father is out seeking
some sort of vigilante justice revenge. He had. It looked like it was intentional. Why not? Especially if the day before or the week prior or whatever, his son was slain. I'm interested in learning about the son's case. You know what I mean? Like, I want to know more about this firearm because I'm thinking, what clinking sound does a firearm make that you know of, and against what? I mean, when you rack it, there's a metallic, but that's not clinking. When I think clinking, I'm thinking keys or glass. You know, like
Yeah, what would it be bumping into?
Huh?
Like, what would it be hitting again? And now maybe.
And that's the other question.
Was he going through the two I'm just trying to think, right?
The dumpsters or whatever.
The dumpsters, maybe.
Yeah, but that's a one. You're running. How many times is that weapon gonna hit the car? That hits the dumpster. Doom. We're not knocking on.
Hold on. Go ahead, Aaron. I'm listening.
Yeah, I mean, we're not knocking on all kind of fixtures and shit around us. We're running. It would have to be something on him, not even a belt buckle. And then wait a minute, didn't they say he pointed this weapon at him? A weapon that is taking aim does not make any sounds until a trigger squeeze. That ain't no clink.
Well, can you hear this? So what does it sound like this?
Yeah, that's a clink, but how many of those you gonna do?
One.
That's what I'm saying. Racking it is click clack.
Yeah, it just be he ain't doing
That's
that.
a clinking sound.
Yeah, but he just
right. That's not a clinking sound. That's chambering around.
Damn.
And you gonna hear that once amongst commotion running. You on the radio. You heard that? All right, very well. You heard that. You close enough to hear that? How come he didn't get one off then?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
That's all there is.
But now, okay, so we got that part right, and they will break it down right in terms of what's what. Now they did find a gun. I'm not showing. I got you. They did find a gun on the premises, and they related that gun to the young boy who died. They run in whatever the case is because they said they found it on the ground or what, but he did not get his shot off. But those are the details that will get unpacked for sure. Right. They'll talk about fingerprints and whatever the case is, so we'll get to that. But the father running over a retired deputy, seemingly in retaliation. Hence, they even gave him the charge of aggravated murder, right? So someone inflicted something to get him to react in a particular way, right? He's aggravated. So they acknowledge that he did it under a level of duress or anger, frustration, deep emotional pain. They acknowledge that in the charge.
Right.
What do you think about his retaliation on us for all intents and purposes, a random officer being a crossing guard?
Right. So who's the crossing guard? The father?
No. So the father ran over a crossing guard that was a retired police officer.
Oh, yeah. You got to be more calculated in your targeting, man. You can't be. That's it. That's irresponsible, neglectful.
Yeah,
he's like fit of rage, right? So what? How cognitive can we expect him to be? I mean, if the charge acknowledges his.
Nah, you're right. I guess I just wonder, like a random officer, I guess it's eye for an eye, right? Essentially, maybe that's his thinking. Just like all the officers in that courtroom, they move as one.
One of yours, one of mine. But what about the one that did it?
Yeah, and that's the because initially when I heard it on the first clip, the Chick Smooth one, I thought that he ran over the officer that did the shooting.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Right.
But then so James, that's my next point. They said in the news clip that I played first, it was like a retired officer or something. But that wouldn't make sense. He had to be in some type of uniform.
Right.
If
he would have to have some knowledge of who this cat was, you know what I mean? Of his service record, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're a crossing guard.
Something's off there. Something doesn't make sense there. The initial one, I thought it was I knew it was definitely an officer. That was clear when I first watched the Chicks Move report.
Yep.
Chicks Move is a content creator. He just screen record everything. There's nothing he don't get across from Chicks Move. That's why I saw it first. So I definitely think he knew it was an officer. The retired thing came out from that NBC report, but that seems less likely.
Right.
But is it one of yours for one of mine, regardless who one of yours is, or does it have to be a direct eye for an eye?
I think if you're going to exact that kind of revenge, a direct eye for an eye.
Okay.
Because it's just too many unknown variables that linger in that circumstance to be going after extinguishing lives. Like, that's irreversible, number one. And number two, how are you armed with enough information, and who qualified you to be able to adjudicate that? If you're going to go for that, I think a direct eye should be, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. Now, so here's the thing, right? I remember distinctly somebody was looking for my man way, way back in the day, but he wasn't looking for me, right? But by proxy, you must be looking for me. Because if it pop off, if I'm there, I'm not standing by. So me and that gentleman got in the fisticuffs right then because he was looking for my man. And you see that kind of happens, right? Association, you can be a potential victim or, a part of the issue, right? There's a residual, or not residual. What's the word I'm looking for? I forget the word I'm looking for, but so I see that happening under normal circumstances. I think another thing that the public has issue with is the police generally back each other regardless. And so I think maybe he's drawing a correlation and therefore sees it as fitting. Now this part, his son out there robbing with a gun on him, allegedly. Whose fault is it?
Well, his son, if the allegations are true.
Well,
just being objective.
His son or his?
Well, no, right. Okay. Yeah. That's where you're going. All right. Yeah, definitely his father. 100%.
Well, no, I'm just asking.
When you ask the question, his father would be the genesis of the problem. His son would be the initial executioner of the chain of events. You know what I mean? But his father would be ultimately responsible. He's 18. You know what I mean? What kind of an upbringing? I've never stole no car or pointed no weapon at no cop because my father, you know what I mean? I don't take credit for that. That's my father. If I was raised under the right cat, I probably would be capable of doing that.
Let's ask this question. When do we, so I'm asking Aaron, but I'm asking the chat, right? What do we do in these circumstances in the community? Like, is it, so he potentially has a banger on him, stealing a car, robbery, whatever the case is, right? And it's exigent circumstances, right? Like it's running from the cops, you don't know who got a gun, they got guns, etc. Like, how do we surmise it? Do we say, regardless of the crime, he shouldn't have been shot? Or stop doing violent crime so that the potential that you get shot by the police is minimized? Like, what do we do when we see this shit playing out and manifesting? Like, we say, who cares? He was doing a crime doesn't mean you shoot him. That may be the right response. I think I have a thought in my head. I'm just like, how do we, when we take this situation in the community, what do we say?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you may interpret this as a some-ass answer, but it would, I have no other ability but to look at it as a case-by-case situation. Because if you point a firearm at me and I have the ability to, it's smoke. So I can't hide. If that's what happened, I can't blame anybody but the person pointing the firearm. You point one at me, and I would expect it to be the same reaction from anybody else, you or anybody else. You point a fire at somebody, that'd be the last thing you do on this planet as we know it. But if that wasn't the case, yeah, I mean, stealing a car, Grand Theft Auto is no reason to lose your life. Running is no reason to lose your life. Right?
Stuff gets reported, right?
Right.
And so they'll say a person that just got their car stolen. Let's say it's Grand Theft Auto, right?
Mm-hmm.
They will report car stolen. They held me at gunpoint. And now if I'm reporting to that just as an officer, I'm assuming that they got a gun on them. And we didn't hear the call or none of that shit. Like what do we say?
I don't think you can snuff a life under the premise of an assumption.
Yeah.
Even if it's an assumption that's reasonable and educated, because it's irreversible. I think you would have to be presented to a circumstance where your life is clearly put in danger. Other than that, assumptions it does not hold the water to take a life, for sure.
Yeah. You just see so many cases. I remember this one is stuck in my head. It was in Houston too. They went to the dude's house, right? They had their guns out, kind of negotiating with him, and he fired them 5.56 rounds through that door. I think he shot 2 of the cops. I think he killed one. And they was trying to negotiate. It just, them circumstances just seem, they're saying come out, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
He started firing through that door, and one of the cops died right then, and then one other got shot. I know 2 cops that got killed where I'm from. With 2 brothers, they just had a straight shootout. Like they ain't going for it. And again, they doing the cop thing, knock, 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 and they start just shooting. Right? I think they shot 7 cops because they had semi-auto. They had ARs. The cops hanging there with the Glock, and it didn't go well initially. The 2 brothers did end up getting killed, but that initial firefight, the cops did bad. It just interesting in that way, and it's all unfortunate.
It is. I mean, there's no other way to look at it, but I'm just thinking about the frailty of life. You know what I mean? Like trying to put that at the forefront of whatever decision or whatever answer. In that case, with the cats shooting out the door, see, that's why I'm not a cop. Because that's when high explosive devices go in windows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not playing with that.
Yeah. No, I think everybody making good comments, right? Either way you leaning,
it's tough,
right? I don't think nobody just like, oh, he get what he did. I hope motherfuckers ain't just talking like that, right? But a lot of people trying to protect themselves, I think it's a good point. I think Crimson just kind of made it. If I'm misconstruing it, but the cops have an additional level of responsibility to make sure that the decision is the best one or the right one, right? And it's almost like they have a duty to hold off, right, as much as possible because you are the authority in the situation, essentially.
That's why I was like, there's no level of assumption you can make that would justify. You know what I mean? Like your decisions should be pretty clear. No, very clear, extremely.
Yeah.
You or me right now.
Yeah, that's a fact. And maybe we might want to talk through this one some more, man. Shot it up, but okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Maybe that's guilt too, from the father. I mean, your kid dies. It's just like what? I don't think that's a feeling you can overcome. Nobody want their kid to pass before them.
No, it goes against the natural order of things. The parent goes first.
Damn. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Let me call. What's his name real quick? Make sure y'all hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. Give me 1 second because Mr. Fantastic told me about this topic specifically. So I want to make sure before we hit it, pause. I call him because he was traveling too. Hold on.
In the meantime, I think this is going to be an exciting main topic. To be honest with y'all, I'm still kind of picking it apart in my head. But you know, Hamp's good with these questions. You know what I mean? Like he'll dig it out. Pause. The right questions. When he sent me the title, I'm like, oh man, you're trying to get us all in trouble.
I'm sending Mr. Fantastic the link right now. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Give me a second. But yeah, I saw that one. I said, okay, we got to cover that one before we get to the main one. Feel me? So, this. All right, let me see. Come on, man. Aaron, you can talk if you want.
Yeah. No, I was just talking about the main title of the show. I'm like, when you sent that, I'm like, oh man, how do I deal with this? That's right.
Going Steve, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, all right, let me play this clip. Now, when you initially read it, it says straight men don't actually like women. That, what do y'all think? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's true. Straight men don't actually like women. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's true. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's false. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's true. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's false. It's interesting to me, man. Because I've asked this question in a different way a couple times. A couple times I've asked this question. And we've gotten different answers regarding it. But the question I asked is, if they put vagina in a can, what would happen to men's relationships with women? And it's a foolish hypothetical, but the question kind of stands on its own, because it's like, what value do we see in women if they didn't have vagina? Will we date a woman? Will we be with a woman if we didn't have access to that? We also argue quite often, can men and women even be friends? Because the sexual component is always so imminent or important, or, you know, at the very least, it has a, you know, it's like a undertone. So this part right here, you know? So I got the clip queued up in terms of the context, but the reason why I had Rel on the flyer is because this been said a bunch of times on This Might Be Risky, you know, but salute to the people that have the influence. You know, they get credit for the sayings, and it is what it is, right? So like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I couldn't find a clean clip. Maybe Mr. Fantastic have it when he get up here, but I think this encompasses the statement that was made that went viral.
Heterosexual men don't like women for real. They don't. They like women sexually, but they don't like women. They're not attracted to what a woman is outside of her sexual organs. So then when we get into why a lot of men womanize, or why it's just they're minimizing a woman based off of who she slept with or who she potentially can sleep for, because it's like you haven't gained the appreciation of the wholeness of a woman yet, and what that wholeness of a woman can bring to your life. A lot of times we'll talk about strength and we'll say men are stronger than women, but that's because we value physical strength. We're not talking about emotional strength, spiritual strength. We're not talking about the type of strength that can run a household. And we're not putting that same type of weight. And what I would encourage, and this was the shift that I had to do, is I had to start liking the wholeness of a woman outside of sex. And then when you do that, now you appreciate.
He's saying whole, H-O-L or W-H-O-L-E, right? Wholeness.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying wholeness. His diction pause isn't great in that word specifically.
Things a complete woman can bring to your life. When we talk about the Bible talks about finding a capable wife, right? That capable wife, that person that if you was to stumble, can pick up the ball and start running. And there's a lot of men that have just a wife because they was only concerned about what she can do in the bed. And so what I'm just encouraging men to do is just like, and it's for our own benefit, because a lot of us, especially men with some type of means, we end up finding a dependent, not a partner. Yeah, she can f*** good. But if you was able to stumble, bro, what the f*** gonna happen with your family? And so I just encourage men to be, I'm not gonna say more, because that's unrealistic to a lot of men, but as attracted to what she brings as a feminine energy to your life outside of just what you're doing.
Check this out. So to that point, what's that?
Somebody else talking.
Yeah, what's that other language?
He got some shit going on in the video, but we kind of
okay.
So that all right. So this is consecrated JR Wisdom. I think he about to review it, but this the only one I could find. It's probably a clear one, but I think it encompasses everything. What you think about his premise? I mean, like, what you think? Like,
I mean, he needs to go,
when you
he
hear
needs
it.
to go in the bathroom.
Huh?
He needs to go in the bathroom. What was this guy?
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Oh, you said that.
It's a porta potty outside. We can put him in. You can get him out of here altogether. I might have to take a leak. I don't want to see him in there. What's he talking about?
Why he gotta go
Emotional strength, spiritual strength. What spiritual as far as what belief system?
He said the Bible said find a capable wife. If I give him benefit of the doubt, because I don't think he knows the Bible very well, I think what he could be pointing at is Proverbs 31 and how capable that woman was in Proverbs 31.
Okay.
So she was working, hustling, producing, making sure her husband was exalted and everything she did, etc.
Yep. Pretty much describing kind of a Ruth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, granted. Does that indicate a superior level of spiritual strength among women over men?
No, I don't.
See what I mean? Like the hierarchy there.
Okay.
The most high established for us. What are we saying? Let's go to emotional strength. Right? Let's go there. Mm-hmm. Who is responsible in times of turmoil? Who's responsible for the task of being the cooler?
Yeah. Now, was he saying that women are stronger than? I guess he did kind of.
The word was strong in strength. The words.
Well, did he insinuate that they were stronger in men in those areas? Maybe he did, because he essentially said, we say men are stronger because we value physical strength, but we don't acknowledge the other strengths. So he was saying they were by proxy, or not by proxy, but they are stronger in those areas and it's just not considered.
I acknowledge the strength, but he said stronger, which is a comparative term.
Okay, he did say stronger. Touche. Okay. And so with that, I think he's simply off base, considering the fact that he's talking about married women. All right.
Jackpot.
So, i.e., I walk into the nail salon, right, with the Asians, because I'm doing better with not saying the other word. And my wife is in there. And when I walk in there, right, because they were having a little bit of a issue, her bravado went up tenfold. Right? Now she really talking spicy.
Cash shit. Yep.
Right? Because now, what you gonna do to me? Right?
Yep.
So I think the fact that they have these wives have association with men, you move different. Right? You're not out here naked and uncovered. You know? And so I think that instantly kind of derails his point in my estimation.
Yeah. The only time I could think of that would be a display of greater emotional strength would be like, let's say you're having it out with someone and she cools you off to get you out of there. You know what I mean? To save you from maybe making a decision that is not, well, the consequence, you know what I mean, outweighs the benefit of the decision being made. You know what I mean? But all right, is that emotional strength, or is that just a clearer head because you're not emotionally antagonized at the moment? But I'm just thinking about like the buildings falling down around you, or the economy collapses, or somebody runs up in here, or something happens to one of the kids. Who's going to be the one emotionally licking the wound of the other?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's that. And who is that? Who's who?
I as far as my understanding goes, the man. I'm willing to be wrong, but I can't see it any other way other than the man is in crash out mode because he's been emotionally accosted and she's trying to, liberate him from himself. That's the only circumstance I can come up with.
So this question too, right? When he says, you looking for when men of means are looking for a, what did he say? What's the word?
Yeah.
What did he say? What's the word he looking for? They find like someone who's dependent.
Dependent, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And not a partner. Is he going away from the Bible again?
Yes.
Bible don't say shit about no partner.
Correct.
Because you can't go to the hierarchy, right? And then go away from the hierarchy. See, when people start to mix up terminology, it leads me to believe that they're doing it for a purpose.
Right.
All right. And almost, I would argue, malicious purpose. Because you got people thinking in a way in which they shouldn't. Or you're using verbiage that makes it more palatable as opposed to continue to tell the truth. So if he stayed on one line of thinking, stay there. Right. But I think this man, I think this man is smart. So I think those words are intentional to make it easier for people to consume, depending on the audience that he wants to reach.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I can't even call it double-mindedness because double-mindedness kind of presumes that you're a victim to the condition of being double-minded. Like you insinuating, you've been deliberate with this. This is purposeful. I think the potential for him to know exactly what he's doing is great. Is that double-mindedness or is that deceit?
Deceit. What you think?
Deceit, when it's intentional for sure. You're trying to deceive, shape someone's perception of things by controlling their perception of reality, leaving things out, putting things in, using things at opportune times. Double-mindedness, you're a victim of your own inability to discern.
Damn. That's a good question, Kelly. Does the Bible
deal with deceit? I don't trust.
No, go ahead, say it again.
Double-minded I can accept and kind of operate with because it's just a matter of education. Deceit, that's what I don't trust. And I'm not talking about lying like to save your kid from jumping off a cliff by telling him you got candy, you know what I mean? And there's no candy. I'm talking about you're deceit. No, you're not righteous. You know what I mean? Like real lie, destruction of man shit, which is what is the case here.
Yeah, 100%. Callie, I think it's a fair question. Callie said, "Does the Bible mention dependent?" Right. So I think it's important to take the walk in terms of the terminology we hear that's used to make people feel better about the conversation. Right now, Now, when you look at particular verses, it does make a stark. It gives extreme clarity about the relationship, right, and how the hierarchy is in the Bible, right? The husband can give the wife strict instruction and guidelines and rules. So you can surmise that how you see fit. But it just, I don't know. So we just look at like literally breaking down what he said, you know, in terms of it being a little bit, it's not sure the motive, you know, but his initial point, straight men don't actually like women.
Well, that's a different thing, and that's why I don't like people to do this.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah,
because they'll contaminate something that could be very true, this contentious or difficult to deal with, that doesn't need any contamination. Like it's already coming in the room with a smell on it. We try to clean it up, and then you're gonna go and muddy the water further.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Don't muddy it. Because when you start talking about the Bible as an example, you know, when you bring that in, you're going to do yourself, especially depending on the audience, right? So just stay where you were, right? Because now you got to be held to account all of everything that it says at that point, right? So let's say we give him grace. Let's say he ain't say that shit and we pull that shit apart, right? And embarrass him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So now let's say we just stick on the secular notion.
Okay.
We generally don't hang with women.
No.
We generally don't befriend women for the most part, overwhelmingly, at least what's said, right?
Yeah.
We generally aren't going to women for a bunch of advice.
No.
When we go out, what do we leave with when we was young? Where the hoes at?
Which has an indicator in there.
Yeah, right.
Looking for.
Right. And so do we actually see the value? And so when I ask the question, now OTKP, that's a good point, right? When we ask the question, do we actually like them? We hang out with our friends, and then at the end of the night, we try to get one woman to have sex with, for the most part.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
I mean, is that the notion or truth for the majority of men, would you say, when we outside?
By and large, that's the story.
Do we even think that we have, like, do we like our wives at least?
We should. We try to. Most of the time we do. But not really.
Should she be your best friend?
So yes, you should. In that, if anybody in this world has your best interest in mind, it should be her. She should be able to make decisions that benefit you, even after you've lost the ability to for yourself, right? So yes, in that aspect, the responsibility and the duty of a best friend, 100%. Right. The Bible outlines that relationship as being as such. The fact that you cleave from the people that brought you here to connect fully with this one until the end of your natural born days, right? That to me is biblically saying this is your best friend. But should it feel like that? I think is the question. I don't know that it's fair to say this that she should. And no, and I don't think in practice it comes out like that. It shakes out like that. Pause. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Yo, what's popping?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good. If you're using your headphones, it's not talking to your headphones. It's talking through the phone. I think. Just FYI.
Okay, that's better though. Either way, it's good.
It sounds good though. Damn. So, Mr. Fantastic, we right in the thick of it. We just watched his the point. So we kind of pulled apart some of it. And just because things he said, we looking at the verbiage he used, he referenced the Bible. So we start kind of pulling that stuff apart, right? We've since left them alone with that. And now we just strictly looking at, do straight men actually like women? So generally we don't hang out with women. We really don't have a bunch of friendships. So we say we can't be friends because sex always has an underlying tone. Do we go to women for advice? Do we even care about their opinions? Generally speaking.
So
Go ahead.
yeah, so of course, man, like I said, from a biological standpoint, men naturally like women and are attracted to women. It's just a fact of the matter that once you get into the particular shit, man, it's a case by case basis. So I think when Buddy made that statement, he made the statement saying that he's a male feminist, right? So as a male feminist, he's gonna say shit that's gonna get the women on his side. So do men like women? Of course. Do men like all women? Nobody likes all of anything. And the problem is that most people aren't likable, right? Most people in general aren't likable.
Mm-hmm.
So once a man gets the whole, like I told y'all before, and I keep saying this, the whole reason for a man approaching a woman is sexual access, right? He's sexually attracted to this woman, was that sex with this woman. And then over time, if she's a good person, now, you know what I'm saying? He can build a rapport with her and he's gonna deal with her, he's gonna take her serious. Outside of that, it's just transactional, man. It's like, hey, quid pro quo. You do something for me, I do something for you. Most of the situation shits at this point. And hell, I don't know if you saw this shit. The what's in my situation? You play the clip of the girl talking about the $1,000 deposit to date her?
Nah.
I put it so in the text thread. Check the text thread, bro. Because I'm on the phone, so I can't, I can't bring shit up. But yeah, it's this girl. She's viral right now for saying we're gonna charge these men $1,000 deposit in order to date us. And so that's what I'm saying, man. As usual, the men are the villains. It's a man doing it, so that a man saying it validates it, and you can't deny it. And if you go against it, you're just a man hating, misogynist, over sexualized fucking thing or some shit.
Yeah. But so what you think though? So I understand what you're saying. Most people aren't likable, but do men based on what we want women for? Like you said, we attracted. I don't think like or and attracted are synonymous, right? Like there literally be a chick that you go out on a date with. You know you don't like her, she get on your nerves, but you at least gonna try to hit because she look good, she got a fat ass or whatever the case is. So
Yeah, exactly.
do you think though that most of us actually like girls, like in terms of their company, their opinions, what they got to say, hanging around with them?
Yeah, when she's a good person, yes. That's what I'm saying. This is absurd. Again, I've never seen anybody not chill with a female that's cool people, right? We say this all the time. It's some cool females, it's some females that's whole, straight out bitches, right? So for the women that are women and they not trying to act like men or they're not trying to be just, absolute nuisances, of course. But like I said, unfortunately, especially nowadays, that's not most women. So again, you like majority minority. So I think this is like a way for women to make up for them being horrible people.
Okay, so you think we like the minority of women though, based on their conduct, and you say, well, so you say it's justified.
Yeah, it's justified. That's what I'm saying. The justification of it is most women aren't likable. And when you have, especially who's like, have you ever heard a campaign of men talking about we don't need no women?
No.
All right. Well, what's the one we know about? They don't need no what?
Men.
We need no men. So it's like you never heard men even say that. Men even tolerate women that they may not like just for the, you don't just call off and start cussing a female out and treating them like a dude. You know what I'm saying? So she gets a pass that most men don't get. It was a nigga that's out here wilding, saying crazy stuff and so on and so forth. He's in danger. A woman doing the same thing. You know what? Just go ignore you. That's a favor, huh? Now that in itself is being liking her to a degree because, you know what I mean? Well, you don't even get the same treatment as a man is not like.
So, is he wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong because it's the spirit of what he's saying. So he's saying it in a way, to promote his brand. And again, this is a guy that's been he talked about in that later on in that same clip how he ran through the whole hospital, right? He talked about the female nurses, but he didn't mention the male nurses. That's another thing for another day. All right, we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? He listy. He talking about he had his, he was fondled. He had a fight back from fondling age. You feel me? So you gotta take heed to the messenger too. It was an agenda in that. You know about what? Which part you don't know about?
I don't know about none of that shit. That might be. See, that's not what he said. I don't know.
Yes, he's listening.
Crazy. That sounds crazy, bro. Yo. I gotta leave that alone. Nah, that might be
man.
That might be a fantastic show.
Yeah. I'll say that. Ain't gonna mess this up.
Y'all like to get into that type of Man. From what I know, the man is a heterosexual male. From what I've seen, from what the lady said, so I'm gonna stick with that. So you saying so that's one thing that Aaron and I were kind of saying, like the verbiage being picked. I think he's intentional about what words he used when he's given his soliloquy, and I think there's a word verbiage usage that is make sure it's palatable for his target audience, right? That gives his target audience like how you say, like appeals to them.
Yeah.
Essentially. So we were kind of mining through that part.
Who's the target audience?
So from what I gather, and when you look at his shows and things of that nature, it's a majority women.
Okay, that'll come back in a minute.
What you mean?
That right there, the need to do that when you communicate with them. Is it the other way around? Do you need to placate to a man for him to receive information when you're trying to impart it on him? Now, who if that component alone, who looks more likable? Someone that you have to curtail yourself with for them to receive information, or someone that will receive information when it's given. Period. And that's an absolute, even if we aren't automatically preset to receive information when given, because I'm not going to say that, right? That's not fair. What I am saying is to go into every situation with a preloaded understanding that you gotta trim it so it fits exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's no freedom to at least give it a shot and see what don't work. Try again. You gotta know the shape it needs to be in before you get there, and
it hits its mark. Aaron with the $5 says, define like. I think men think majority of women are boring and annoying, and it goes vice versa. We don't find a lot of things in common outside of sex. We talking about what he said today, though. I ain't doing the vice versa shit today, unless we absolutely have to. If we have to, then we have to, in order to mind it out thoroughly.
You definitely gonna have to, but let's keep it going.
Okay. Reaper with the $2 says, many men like duty, not the wives or the constructs. Sean Antonio with the $10. What up, Sean? Says, you can have an intimate friendship with your girl without her being your best friend. Yeah. There are parts of us we shouldn't share with a woman. So friendships within relationships have limitations. All right, let me do this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean, I think I generally agree with that sentiment. Definitely could be. It's a dope friendship, but there's certain levels of vulnerability I think we just are generally cautious with. And I think it's okay to be cautious with it. We talked about that. I wouldn't say ad nauseum, but a lot in our conversation on Wednesday.
That brings up another question.
What's that?
Who would you like more? Someone that you feel safe and free to be completely vulnerable with when the time arises, or someone that you have to limit your vulnerability with, no matter what the reason for that existing, but the fact that you can't be fully?
I think it's slightly less to do with, well, so wait, what do you, So what do I think of a person that you can't be fully vulnerable with?
I'm just saying, yeah, that restriction being placed on you. How does that impact the way you like or their likability?
Does it make a difference if we place it on ourselves?
Well, then you would have to ask why. I see what you're saying, and I agree, but there's still a why. The difference is there's something different over there that makes us do that.
Yeah, I think it's just what we often see, right? And what we also see is people are stuck in what they think is right, which is an issue. But we just see that the information will be flipped, potentially be flipped. You know, so we kind of go against it. You know,
right?
I think that's generally what happens. I would say. You know, I don't think it's like nothing like on no vitriol towards her. It's just like there's information you let out. It could be the way it could be used against you. You just say that you just want to please.
And let me issue that caveat now. Anything I say is not with any vitriol towards women.
One of them got to mute up. One of y'all got to mute up. You got feedback. I probably Jay's story. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, let me issue this caveat now. Anything that I say today is not with any vitriol. It's all with love, and it's not an indictment. In fact, I don't know that it's fair to expect people to be likable. You know what I mean? For women to be likable. They already have enough that's on them already. You know what I mean? So there's no malice here. Not in this box.
Yeah. Okay. So JS Torres, you said you had a story that pertains to the topic. How does it pertain exactly before you tell it? What's popping? You can't hear me.
I don't think he can hear you.
JS, can you hear me? No. Okay. Marv, what's popping?
What's going on? What it do?
Goody, how you?
I'm awesome, man.
Indeed.
Love the topic. Love the topic.
Yeah, what you think? Did you see the clip?
Yeah, the clip. Hold up, what clip? I mean, I opened the topic. I didn't know you had a clip.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. I had to play.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I did. I listened for. You got to play. I actually heard it. I did hear it, and I did hear the whole thing that Homeboy was saying. It's a good stance, but I want to open up with something else then, because if the word is like, and we're stuck on what we like, you know, we like a lot of different things for lots of different reasons, and that right there is what I want to talk about, the reasons. Because we can't just get caught up and say that we like women only because they have vagina. That's not true. It can seem on the surface because you, like you said, like Mr. Fantastic said, we don't like everybody. Everyone's gonna be likable. Because I don't like all women, besides them having vagina. If that was the case, then I don't like women at all in general. No, I don't think that's that case. I think if it's something that, like we say, interests. Like what shows the connection and how we relate to each other, whether it's hobbies, talent, subject matters, or even arts of expression. You know what I'm saying? Like we all have something that we all connect with, and it's not just the physical part. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like I think we're doing some of this disservice by pretty much summing up to that being one of the main reasons why. And I won't argue that probably may be the main reason why. But I think men in general, or anybody in general, could relate to someone and have a connection with that person through that thing they have, and that's why you like them or not. You know what I'm saying? That's
but what do we like? Do you think most men, all don't mean all, but do you think most men who have a physical sexual attraction to women like them for things outside of sex? The majority of men. And Mr. Fantastic said probably not.
Number one thing is that I'm not going to argue against that and say it's not. It definitely is that. But to say what every man's interest is in a woman, it's case by case. It's hard to say there's anything else besides.
Come on, Marv. We don't do.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying like I just can't. I agree. It might be just that because I can't think of something else that men would like and say like that's what I like about women in particular that all men can like.
But
Yeah.
but no, that's what I'm saying. Hemp, it's a
Go ahead.
very individualistic thing. Like I said, that's why Buddy did what he did, right? So if I don't like this woman, that woman, that woman, that woman, that woman, and now like one out of 10 women in the room, and it's because hey, all of them have vaginas, but 1 out of 10 is a reasonable person. She's the only one that's not a bitch in the room. That's don't mean I don't like women. It mean I don't like bitches. So
Okay, let me clarify, right? Mr. Fantastic, and I'm gonna use this word, you can correct me, Mr. Fantastic. Him saying the statement most men don't like women is disingenuous because the majority of women have bad character, which is why they are unliked. Not just because they're women, not just because we both don't like football. It's because you're an asshole. That's why most men don't like women. That's what Mr. Fantastic is saying. And not just let me do this part, right? Mr. Fantastic, mute, you got to look. And not just because we only want vagina from them. That's not the reason. It's the character of the women, which is why men don't like women. That's Mr. Fantastic's breakdown. Let me know if I messed it up at all.
no, it's perfect. And then on the other caveat to it was the other part you say you really don't do what you have to. Men deal with women and men lose more than women and women lose with men. So you have to be wary. To the part like I think Sean said in the super chat and Aaron mentioned, bro, you done heard a lot of the stories we've heard about, men's deepest, darkest secrets came from a woman that he loved that broke his trust and, told the world his business. So men don't ever do, well, not ever, but, less likely than not, there's not going to be a man doing that. So men being wary and men adapting to the behavior of current women, again, is being used against men for protecting themselves. Of course, and what kills it all, we all got mothers at the very least, right? If we got sisters or aunts or whatever, there are plenty of women in your life that you like and you love that has nothing to do with sex whatsoever. So that's how you know the shit is just disingenuous as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that part, I get that part, but I think it is more talking about almost like women that you have an option, almost like two not like or be around. I think that's
more. Some motherfuckers don't like their mama now. It's horrible moms out here.
I know, but I think that's a little bit of a different conversation. There a lot of times your mom got to do something egregious to a motherfucker to not like their mom. Niggas going through shit that their mom put them through.
Nah,
and
you're
they
right.
still think on the podium every single draft. You know what I'm saying? So Marv,
LeBron James.
So that's the breakdown essentially, Marv. Is they not liked because their behavior sucks, not because they just women in a vacuum. And I guess the premise, Mr. Fantastic premise, the majority of women have unbecoming behavior.
I can see that. Like even right now, as I'm trying to think about it in a way where it's like, well, how do I see women in general? I do see women like in the sense of like them being sensitive. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's an unlikable trait, but it's more like I need to be wary around what I say, and that's kind of annoying. And it's that feeling of being annoying that I have to be around eggshells or be mindful in such a way where it's like I shouldn't have to like. I just want things to be understood in a way. But I think that's what the problem between men and women. There is like a big disconnect and misunderstanding between us, and it can cause tension and what seems like we don't like each other. But I don't think it's that we don't like each other. I think that for the most part is like it just comes down to communication. And it is still gonna be a case by case, person by person, whether they're willing to deal with you or not deal with you, and what you want to tolerate and what you're not willing to tolerate from the other person. It does come down to behavior. I can't generalize all people into one thing, but I will say, like, when I think of a woman, I do have to treat them differently than I would treat a man. And just off of that alone, like whatever mindset I have, that's gonna make me feel a certain way about them. And it's not necessarily I like or dislike them, but I'm going to treat you different because you are a woman off rip. And that's how I feel about it.
Okay. But you saying it's more annoying to treat them how they need to be treated?
In some instances, it can be more particularly in the workplace.
Come on, Marv.
I'm saying like more particular. I'm giving more specifically, like in the work spot, for instance, because I try to tell people all the time. Said men have to compensate for women. I don't think women understand that. Like we actually do have to compensate a lot of different things, whether it's mannerisms or if it's how we act or how we talk or anything. Anything we involve ourselves with when it comes to women, we have to compensate in some way, and a lot of it is not even recognized. It feels like we don't do enough sometimes. So we have to acquiesce and listen to what it is you're saying, and we'll do our best to pretty much alleviate whatever it is we're stressing you with.
So I'm gonna tell y'all. All right. I'm just gonna tell y'all. Yo, niggas, son. This is just, it's in my head right now. I hear niggas say this all the time. She got a bad attitude. She got this and that, but the pussy is fire. So fuck it. I'ma deal with all this other shit. I understand what y'all saying about poor behavior, right? Which is why we don't like them. But keep it tall. I don't think we see a whole lot of value in a contribution to our daily in and out of our lives. And if she ain't providing sex, most niggas putting her in the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Now, when you have things that you're creating, Sean and I talked about it, where, yo, allocating women to be a resource and an asset, like women are helpful when you're trying to build something, because once they buy into you, they really put a lot of motherfucking effort into it. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of us ain't doing that. So I think the majority of us see value in a woman based on the cheeks you can and cannot obtain.
Yeah, but even still in that, like shit, it's some business shit. I'm pretty sure where hey, everything fine, but she just, bro, she too intolerable, bro. So she get replaced too. Now I know, like you said,
I'm just telling you what niggas say, B.
Nah, but I feel you, and like we all had like, man, she's kind of annoying. But does that mean I don't like her though? Him, she has unlikable qualities, but that don't mean I dislike her as a whole. Of course, man. This is why I say this is so loaded, right? Because
Wait, Mr. Fantastic. Hold on. But as a whole is like a disclaimer word. Like, yeah, we saying like, you hang out with her. Do you tell her to meet your mom and your friends and all that?
Well, no, that's too far.
She a dickhead.
But that's what I'm saying. The hanging out part and shit like that, and so on and so forth. Like I said, dudes give women way more chances than fucking women give men, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
I get that part, but think about this, bro. That same chick, she on her 28th day. When would she see you? If you're not a red light runner.
Oh yeah. Ain't no crime scene operates over here, bro.
So that's what I'm saying.
What she done? No, but that don't mean I don't like. Listen, so
if you won't hang out with her, but I'm just saying, if you won't hang out with her, if she like you ever hit up a chick, right? Yo, what you doing tonight? You want to Netflix and shit? She say, yeah. Just let you know I'm on my cycle. She get left on red. Keep it tall.
No, I mean every now and again you gotta some good faith, brother. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's been a good faith, man. And again, you know, hey, if that bottom don't work, that top do. So you feel me? So it ain't always on your That's what we talk about. I'm just saying.
Fantastic.
Oh man.
It's a verse in the Bible that says it took the Lord 6 days to make the heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. And that's exactly how long it's going to take to see me once she starts bleeding.
God damn. So what you think, man? I don't know, bro. If we just keep it in the vacuum, right? Just the tagline itself, you know? I don't know. What you think? I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think this is tricky. If we're talking about, see what Fantastic is saying makes sense. I'm aligned with that. I think we love the idea of women, but you know, when you start to deal with them, and I'm talking about romantically, when you start to deal with a man, you run into some shit, and that shit constantly chips away at the idea of them. Now, women in the chat, I know y'all gonna say this, it's the same with men, but we talking about women right now. But yeah, the idea of them is just like, damn, man, shorty, her vibe is so blah, blah, blah. Then you start to deal with her and it's just like, she started tweaking and it's like, damn, but I fuck with shorty. But then she started tweaking more and more, and that chips away at the idea of her that you had in your head. But I think overall, what up, CJ? I think overall, man, I think we do like women, but there have to be limitations in terms of what I was saying in the super chat, bro. If I'm talking to y'all my homies, it's certain shit I can tell you. I can't tell my chick, my nigga. I bet not tell her that. Like the vulnerabilities, the doubt, you know what I'm saying? Even thoughts that'll quote unquote get you in trouble. You in relationships with certain shit you can't say, even if you don't plan on acting on, you can't say that shit, bro, because you're gonna get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But I can say that to my homies. So I think I think that we absolutely like women. We just don't like women. We don't like people who tweak, and they be tweaking. I just hate to say it. Like,
well, then you just said we don't like women. If we don't like people who tweak and women tweak, then by virtue of
we don't like the behavior. We don't like the behavior when it happens. I mean, that's that. If you think about it, that's very human. That could be your mom, your brothers, or whatever. You fuck with them, but when they start doing goofy shit, that shit pisses you off. That don't mean you dislike them. You don't like the behavior. I think we can separate the behavior from the person. How we feel about the person.
If
And
you
Sean,
just go ahead, fantastic.
So no, I was gonna say, Sean, that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying the if we have to be specific, right? I think you just brought the pivotal word into it. It's the behavior you don't like. It's not the person. Like you're willing to give the person a chance, and nobody's perfect, right? So even the person that's flawed to a degree, you're gonna tolerate those flaws and accept that person with those flaws. You know, we got a homeboy that the nigga he loud, he too loud, he don't do this, he don't do that. It's people within our lives that have their own character flaws, right? The thing is though, women have character flaws to the degree of where it's just like, bro, I'm dealing with you in order for this is like give take relationship quick for right. So if I'm not getting the ultimate thing that I want out of this, what the hell am I gonna deal with you for? Because you wouldn't deal with me. If a woman's not gonna deal with no man that you broke and you unattractive and you all these other negative things. But again, now if it's a man and he say, okay, well, hey, shawty, you cool people and all, but I'm cool on that. It's like, no, now he's a villain. I just don't buy it, man. This is bullshit.
So we got to keep the conversation where it is, right? And whether or not they like us for this conversation is inconsequential. And I don't think that should influence the way we look at liking them, because their thought process and their perception of us is independent of ours of them, right? So the question I want to ask, what's up, CJ? I'm about to get you in next, is, first of all, just because you say you don't like a thing, does that mean you hate it? Number one. Number two, if you like a thing, what I'm asking is, what's with all the absolutes? It seems like we're avoiding saying a thing because it sounds like an absolute, or because the opposite is an absolute when neither are true.
Exactly. That's what you're saying. That's why I say it was somebody putting the proverbial turd in the punch bowl. Aaron. It was provocatively said by a person that has a female audience that he gets money from and he makes it. And also,
I'm not asking about him. I'm asking the opinion of the gentleman on the panel. If asked the question, do men by and large like women by and large? What's the answer?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And okay. So my next question is, what is your definition of like, and what is to like in women that makes you say that? If you're going to follow up with all of these bad behaviors that men don't like, and them being the perpetrators of it.
Aaron, is like, is love, is fantasize about, is dream about.
No, like. See, all that stuff you got. That's what money's it. Stick with the like.
That's what I'm saying. It's like and then some. It's all of that.
No, it's just like, because love, attraction, that's all the stuff that cloud your ability. If you dislike a thing, but you are attracted to it physically, that can cloud your dislike and override it.
But let's be clear. His context was about in the context of dating. He was saying men be dating women for pussy, but they don't really like women. That was his context.
Okay, so if you take that out of the equation, would men date women? How about that?
No, obviously not.
But
it ain't sexual.
I mean, we wouldn't have a choice if there was no. That wouldn't be a choice. All we would know is just women. We wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying?
Would we seek Would we seek like friendship with them?
That's the thing. Can I get in real quick or not?
Go ahead, CJ.
So fantastic be hitting that shit on the head, Phil. And people gonna say, "Do you have your own thoughts?" Motherfuckers say the shit that's damn near exactly what I'm thinking. Then shit, might as well give them the credit. So fantastic, pretty much hit it on the head. Women, we like them. We love them, really. Like, it's fucking debatable because they demonstrate such poor behaviors, but we make excuses because we love them so much. We'll even accept the poor behaviors. I know it's hard. We can't bring in or do the woman like us, but so I think with men and large, we like women. Like Fantastic said, like most people in general aren't likable. So you got to differentiate between that part of it. Then if we didn't want sex from them, it's hard to exclude the sex because that's the main drive. Feel me? So the sex.
So,
Women
but
really
do
aren't
we
like.
outside of sex? Do we like them?
That's what I'm
It's
trying
tough.
to figure out.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah,
Hap.
we
Yes.
do. Yeah, we do.
Yes,
Most
you
of the
got
women
to.
we don't have
Man,
sex with.
because we
So hold
want to
on.
have
So hold on.
sex with them.
Well, no,
We
well,
don't
no,
have
no,
sex
but hold.
with the women we meet. We don't
Yeah,
have a chance
yeah,
to have.
exactly. Thank you, Sean. That's what I'm talking about.
Hold on,
So hey,
wait, hold on.
Sean
Was trying
knocked
to-
shit out the park.
Hold on, Mr. Fantastic, because you got a little background noise. Leslie, you late, Negro. What you say, Sean?
I said, yeah, we don't have sex with most of the women we meet. We don't even try to have sex with them. We don't even want to have sex with most of the women we meet, and we still fuck with them.
I don't know if that's true.
30-year friendships. You know what I'm saying?
You don't fuck with them, Sean.
Nah, exactly.
No, you do.
Nah,
No.
You do.
No,
Nah.
hold on. Yeah,
Bro,
hold on.
Hey, look, this y'all super nigga that is.
Nah.
Hey, I fuck
Yeah,
with
well,
women.
no. Hold on.
Hey,
So, Hamp, you have a gentlemanly woman that you cool with, brother, that you brought up on the damn panel. What are you talking about?
The who?
Gentlemanly woman.
What is that?
a manly woman.
What if you what's another name for a knight back in the day, in the olden days? What did they say? What did they call them?
You sound like a
You had the big
bulldog.
sword. Yes, brother. You had a whole one up here one night. We had the conversation with your cousin. You cool with Shim. You cool with little buddy. So that's a prime example right there, brother. We all got friends and people that we cool with that we have absolutely no sexual interest in. And she's a female, bro.
Here we go with the absolutes. That's the absolute.
You should have brought her in because
What are you
she
talking
acts
about?
manly. She's
Yeah,
manly.
that's what I'm
why
saying. That's what I'm
like her.
saying.
No,
Her feminine. No, but if she was acting feminine, they probably would be.
No, but a bulldagger, she trying to be male adjacent. So that actually proves the other point that we don't like.
No, the hell they don't. She a woman. No, she's a woman. At the end of the day,
Acting like a nigga. That's the point, though.
No, if she was an asshole, as a bulldagger, you still wouldn't give a damn. You still want to hang with her. That's all. I just saw you for the example. What, like Sean said, is this though, man. Majority of women that we run into, we encounter, we don't have sex with 99% of the women that we have, but you still are cordial. You still are, you know what I mean? You're polite.
We cordial, but we not trying to hang out
what are you
with
talking
them.
about?
Oh man, we not trying to hang out with no.
That's not a good quality at all. You saying
what are we
because
saying?
we have human decency and we cordial, we
Thank
friends,
you,
we
Hamp.
like them?
Yeah, I don't
No,
know what they
it's
talk
not
about,
that.
Hamp.
Well, hold on. I can tell you. Well, so hold on, Hamp. So are you cordial or decent to niggas you don't like?
Yes. Hell yes.
I'm not
cordial to everybody. Most niggas in the streets are
I'm
just
not
cordial
at
to.
Very much so.
Most people in the most people are just cordial to everybody.
I'm not dealing with someone I dislike. I don't deal with at all, unless absolutely necessary. But that's another thing. But this is what I'm saying, man. So now what? So in order for you to like a person, you have to get to know that person. Now that's why I say this is a loaded thing. The whole shit was loaded. It's a catch-22 either way you look at it. I don't like strangers. Okay, I don't like what you're saying. Hell, I don't like strangers, men or women. I don't know you. I have to get to know you in order to like you. Once you show traits that that you're a decent human being and that you're trustworthy and you know what I'm saying, you're just not some diabolical demon, then for men and women both, all right, cool. So now I get to the point where I can like you. But that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. It's loaded. No,
Yeah,
no.
But Mr. Fantastic, that's not what Sean said. Sean said, yo, you meet them, you cool, right? We be cordial. I agree. Now you talking about getting into the weeds, but even the assumption regarding most women is that they have unbecoming behavior, right? So by proxy, they would be unlikable. We even that assumption is being made that the majority of women have bad behavior. Right? That was what we said initially, opening up.
Yeah, but it's not an assumption. That's a reality. So it's not an assumption. That's
All right,
a reality.
So then the statement is niggas actually don't like them. We already assumed that they have bad behavior. So the majority would be in the not likable category. But I get it. You're saying it's not because
I don't think we
women's
assume they have
but
bad behavior.
But if the women have bad behavior, then you putting that jacket on most women.
Yeah, so if you said majority, if we're doing majority minority, I'm not gonna argue that. But like I said, the question, the phrase was placed in an absolute situation. That's the way it was said. I think we lose our context.
I think a minority have bad behavior.
You think it's flipped?
I think a minority of them have bad behavior, because only a minority of them be. You say what?
You think it's flipped?
Yeah, because only a minority of them are in a
No,
position where they
Michael?
can exhibit bad behavior with you. If you really think about it, like what is the bad behavior that they exhibit when they deal with us? It really comes when we have an intimate relationship. Most of the time, it ain't shit you can do to me that's going, you know what I'm saying, be bad behavior if we ain't fucking.
And that's the point, right?
Yes, no, I think we give most women the benefit of the doubt. Y'all hear me? We start off giving women the benefit of the doubt until they show us the bad behavior. Then we start excluding them or knowing that they bad people. But we start off with most women we qualify them.
No,
We
you
say
don't.
yes, she's worth it.
No, you don't. And if I say you as a possessive pronoun, talking to you specifically, no, you don't.
Yeah, hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, nigga, we can hear you.
Hey, Ham, I want to ask something to this real quick.
Is Shy talk yet?
Oh,
No.
my bad.
Nah.
Shy, hold on, Mark. Shy, you get me?
Yeah, I cracked the power had cut off, but I'm back now. So yeah, I didn't get to speak yet.
My connection is terrible. That's why I'm fucking.
Can you hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
What you think?
I told myself today I wasn't going to use my own anecdotal life. I'm trying my best not to today, but this feels like one of those trick bag type conversations. Like the question is, I don't know, man. Like I went to HBC. I don't know where y'all went, but I just remember a time where like men and women was kicking it. I had homegirls. I got 20-year friendships with women. I feel like a lot of times these conversations center around like failure in romantic relationships, because I do think there's some credence to that conversation when you talk about like the failures in romantic relationships. I can't act like that statement doesn't have like a little bit of what appears to be truth to it. Even when I think about a lot of conversations we have on these panels, we don't do a good job of exalting women, and most of the conversations we have, we don't. And some of your reasoning may be valid, but I'm just speaking on the reality of the situation. So when I think about that, I just like most men have a woman in their life that they not having sex with, that they have a relationship with them. So it's difficult to say that's true, but then at the same time, it's like, man, I listen to the conversations we have, and it don't sound like oftentimes we like women. It don't always sound like that. So it's hard to act like it just is no reason to think that when you think about the internet, for sure. Yeah. But I think about this might be risky in Atlanta. And I saw men and women kicking it. And as far as I know, nobody getting hit. And I saw people breaking bread, having good conversations for more than one day. So I didn't see it, but that's what I heard was going on. So that's where I'm at.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay.
I went to a HBCU too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, niggas be kicking it until it's time to leave, and then people ain't going their separate ways either.
I mean, no, for sure, hell, we were doing it, but I'm saying you had some homegirls and that you wasn't hitting too though. Like you were hitting every girl you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now look at this, right? Let's say you got the chicks at your like if you the seniors, you get the little suite or whatever, they got a little sitting area, and then you got the rooms. Your man called, yo, what you up to? Yo, such and such over here. What is the question that niggas ask before they come through?
What hold it? That one?
That one? Nah, you know what niggas
She got a
ask.
homegirl. She got a homegirl. She got a homegirl.
No, it's even worse than that. They fucking.
They going, yeah.
They going? That's the question.
They
See,
going?
niggas gotta. Well, we got. Cause yo, if you told them, nah, they ain't like that. Niggas like, yeah, I'll catch you later. This is how niggas was actually moving. Like, they need to know what type of time she on. That's what I'm saying. The value of that lady, I'm not even gonna get to know her if the probability of getting cheeks is like I know is 0.
I just thought about this shit, bro. It's too many situations.
I'm just telling the truth.
Well, hold on. Well, no, you're not, because like I said, y'all brought up another scenario, right? College. So what? Jobs, bro. There's women you have to work with and get along with, and you build a rapport with over time. Women you work with, women that work with you. If you're in corporate America, which most people are, you're gonna have some women that you have absolutely no sexual interest in.
Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm clear. You running from the college example, right? I just want to make sure we good on that.
I'm not running from the college. No, because the college example solidified my point. Chad said the same thing, and you admitted to it. It's plenty.
Why
You
you
didn't fuck every.
he doing that shit on purpose, Sean?
He might be,
Shot.
bro. He might be, bro. He might
Come on,
be.
man. Listen, my bad, bro. Shad said it, and like I said, bro, you didn't hit every girl you dealt with in college, bro. You had some girls that were cool with, and you even told the story of one that you spared. The girl that was trying to do your homework. So thank you. You had to like her, brother, to not just take her down.
But she's the extreme minority, though. That's the point, bro.
But the extreme minority matters here. What he's saying is that it doesn't exist. Like Aaron, Aaron, listen what I'm saying. You said the great point. This was said as an absolute. When Ace Metaphor said the shit, it was perfectly said the way he said it, delivered the way in a means to vilify men and make it mean like men to only want women for sex only. That's literally impossible. We're in so many different social settings with women where you just have to deal with them and work alongside with them, work together, that it just nullifies the point. There's plenty of women that you're not even pursuing.
Thank you. And you said that was the extreme minority because that was the extreme minority worth sparing.
Hold on. I'm surprised by you taking that stance to make your point because you're making it about absolution. I think I don't like you taking that stance. Why you saying it's moot because there's a minority of women that we deal with unjust, right? I think the conversation is the fact that we don't overwhelmingly see value in most women beyond our sexual appetite. And just because we get along in the earth, there's a lot of people I get along in the earth that are not allowed at my house whatsoever. That doesn't prove that I like them. Yeah, I'm cordial. I know how to operate in the earth. That's all that means.
Yeah, but hell, this is why I say we can't stay away from the other side of it. I don't like most niggas. I don't like most men. I don't have a big circle of friends.
Exactly.
I don't associate with strange dudes.
No,
what
but you are your disposition, your attitude, how you see things, that makes sense though. You know, you are motherfuckers act like they was. What was that conversation we had when everybody was saying they was like alpha, beta? What was the one that was the most popular?
Sigma,
some shit. Yeah.
Sigma, right? Everybody was a Sigma all of a sudden, right? When that's like the least amount of men. But your actual disposition, Mr. Fantastic, you are actually that though.
The thing is,
travel around hold on, CJ. Hold on. Come on. You actually travel around the world by yourself. Like you actually do that.
Hey, that nigga is a real Sigma.
CJ, I don't need your help. You are actually that. You see, so I got that for you. But the most people in the earth want to be liked. 100%. Most people don't travel by themselves. So that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, CJ.
I'll come back to it.
No, go ahead, please, because I don't want you interjecting and we trying to have a conversation. Go ahead.
I forgot what's going on. Most men. We just don't have that much in common with women. Like we like different things, but we like them in general as people. But we just don't like the commonality is not there for the most part. We don't like the same shit, so it's hard for us to get a real gauge if we like women because we like them for sexual reasons for sure. We love women, really. We love them, and I don't know if that's enough to override the like though.
You literally proving this point. You don't see no. That's what we're saying. You don't see no value. If
I see value
most often, what you should have said is you don't dislike women, right? So what it is you're apathetic towards them, right? Unless you want sex.
That's a good argument. I think that's perfect.
That's what we're trying to figure out. Go ahead, Aaron.
Kind of.
There's two things I think the gentleman on the panel really got to get rid of. A is I think you can't jettison the physical attraction influence in your answer. And B, women do have the ability to trigger our hero complex and provide us with a way to express that heroism. And I think that does not qualify either.
I like, me personally, I like how women are close to paying attention to details, multitasking, able to actually see things in real time, what's happening. A lot of us, sometimes we're more foresight, like to see things more ahead and plan ahead more than actually seeing things that are happening in the now. Women kind of deal more with the now, and I can appreciate that, especially with my wife. She's actually able to give me some foresight and watch my back on certain things. I think that's a brilliant thing to have. Also, I like how she makes me feel. I think that women naturally give men energy in a way. Like they motivate us. They have all this emotion
complex.
in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like I look at them. What's
that? That don't count.
How many
Aaron said that one already. The hero complex.
How many wives you got?
I only got one wife.
You see there?
Look, man.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, it transcends my wife. You know, it's like my wife is the only person in my life that's going to make me feel.
Your sound going out.
All right, let me do this real quick, because I know. Real quick. Hold on. Transcend with popping. I know you be having limited time, man. Brothers, if y'all don't mind, hold it down real quick. Let me get her 2 cents, and y'all could go back in.
What's
all
up,
right. Transcend, what's goody?
Hey, how you doing?
Regular. How you?
I'm good.
Indeed.
Okay, so I'm only gonna be up here.
On. Okay.
Perfect. I'm only gonna be up here for a short while, I guess. And the only thing I think I have to say is to sort of clarify liking women in this instance. What I think Ace Metaphor is saying. Now, mind you, this is Ace Metaphor, so we got to consider the source of what's being said here, because he's Derek Jackson 2.0, so he panders. So he says things specifically because of where he was at and who he was talking to. So with that aside, and that kind of being understood, like women, I give you an example. Women who like men love men. We love men. We don't have to like every individual man. We love men. We love the smell of men. We love the way men walk. We love the way men talk. We love to watch them do man stuff. We like watching them in their man element. I loved watching my father. I loved watching my husband. I loved watching my brothers. I love them in their space, whatever their spaces are. Gym. For my husband, it's the gym. That's his sanctuary. He gonna go. I love watching him interact with the other guys, and they encourage each other, and they doing sex, and they doing something. I like the energy exchange. I'm not a part of it, but I like watching it. Right? That he's in his masculine element. With my father, it was cars and trucks. I liked watching him cut trucks and cut cars and watch racing, and because that was his element. That's what he liked. He liked it. So he was just in his element when it was happening and when he was taking part of it. We like the way men think, right? We like how y'all do stuff. It's different from the way we do stuff. Sometimes we can't relate to how y'all do stuff. But women who like men, we love men. We love the essence of the man, not the behavior, because some of y'all be getting on our nerve and all that too. Y'all get on our nerve too. That's not what we're talking about, whether or not you got good character, bad character. Nobody likes bad character. Nobody likes bad behavior, right? So I don't think that when a lot of women say that just to say it, just to be online saying men don't like women because they're trying to do the whole men are sassy. I don't agree with that, doing that, because I think that they're just trying to I have some get back for men or something like that. I don't know. But in this particular case, when it's surmised that men might not like women, I think what's being asked is, do men like the essences of women, not behavior? Because behavior can be good or bad depending on the person and things of that nature. But have you ever looked at a woman in her feminine place and was like, I like that? I might not be able to relate to that because I don't do that because I'm a man, but I like that. Like I was listening to a guy on, this was months ago, and he was like, it was a clip, and he was like, you know what I like? I like when my woman is getting ready. We finna go out and she getting ready. I like to watch her get out the shower and run around and look for clothes and put on this perfume and ask me if her hair is okay. And he was like, it's so feminine that I love it. It's nothing I would do. I'm ready in 10 minutes, but I like it. I like to watch her in that space. I think that's what women are trying to get the answer to. Do men like women when we're in that space? Like, do they like that space? Regardless of whether they're benefiting personally from it at the time, or they just like watching women in their feminine energy to begin with. Yes, we think differently than y'all, but is it appreciated ever? I mean, again, I'm not talking about bad behavior. I'm not talking about stupidity or, ill behavior, because it can be, and I'm gonna say this thing, whether or not women are likable and men having to actually mine that out, as you say, Hamp, I do put up some of that honest majority in this day and age on women, because women in general have not displayed those wonderful qualities that we can have. They've typically displayed the negative side of how we think, or the negative side of how we can move, or the negative sides of how we are in feminine energy. And I think women's behavior, even though I'm saying not the behavior, has had a lot to do with how men are looking at that, if that makes sense. I hope I made sense.
Yeah, no.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah, the essence of a woman, Crimson, I think just based on the sentiments that we hear most often is how you say, like, sullied or by the behaviors. Like, you can't even get, it seems like we can't even get past the behaviors to know or appreciate, understand the essence. Now, but I don't even do you think most men love and appreciate the quote unquote essence of women? Like, just from your anecdotal, what you've seen in the earth and etc. You're on mute.
I might not be the best person to ask this to, especially for my anecdotal, because I spent a lot of my time of my life being a tomboy, which is masculine adjacent. So I've never had a problem getting along with men in that space, but I've been in more masculine side than feminine side. So I don't know if I can give a good,
Well,
I don't know if my anecdotal, I can speak to that.
Well, it's actually interesting, right? So if you adjacent, you hanging with the fellas, have you seen them admire women, the admiration, how they spoke about women? Did they jaws drop when the woman walked by, or their jaws only dropped if she had a fat ass or something? You see what I'm saying?
It was always sexual of some sort. She was either attractive or something. It had something to do with that. Now, that's not to say that if they got to know her, they wouldn't like her, like as a person, or like her personality. But that's definitely, and listen, I don't think that women are saying that shouldn't be the entryway. We know that men like women for their attractiveness and their sexual attraction to them. We know that. We're not saying men should get away from that, because it's impossible for men to get away from that. But I don't know. I think for men to see more value in women than that, it literally, I think, depends on the kind of women that they are around, whether they're having romantic relationships with them or not.
Yeah.
What qualities do the women show them for the majority? Because men are going to make that calculation. If it's majority crazy, they're gonna come away with, well, they crazy.
Correlation is negative.
Well, hey, I just wanted, there's one thing that I wanted to, I guess, kind of push it back on, was the last part of you saying women saying they don't want men to get away from the biological attractiveness of women and that being approached. I think that's the majority of what women are saying now. It's just the opposite. They're saying that men should not want to deal with women because of biological imperative. So I think that's the resounding change that's happened. And now every man that talks to a woman is accused of, you know what I'm saying? And that's it.
That's the council of online hyenas. That's the council of online hyenas. They getting on here saying, and I get what you're saying, Mr. Fantastic. I don't disagree, right? Because women are getting on here talking crazy. Well, men they should want more of us while at the same time sexually objectifying their own selves, but men aren't supposed to want them for that. So I get that. But these are hyena hoes that's on here just saying whatever, in my opinion. I don't think the majority of women really think that. I think it's coming out their mouth, but I don't think they really think that. Because if men didn't want us sexually, most of the women, especially ones that's talking like that, wouldn't feel no value at all, because that's literally what men be coming to them for.
So now Crimson, so we had this conversation. I titled it "Most Women Are Unbearable." Right. The brothers up there were decently, like, they try to understand both sides of like how you can mine that out thoroughly. I think Mr. Fantastic was in the chat. Mr. Fantastic, did you agree that most women are unbearable?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
So it's, I don't know if CJ was up there, but anyway, so the essence of women, because you have to take the pros and cons of it, right? Like, you don't just can take the essence that you like the most, right? Like how soft she is, the feminine. You also have to take the fact of the other behaviors that they have. So like, for instance, when your woman want to be up under you, right? We consider that an annoyance most of the time. You see, and so a lot of the essence of the women, a lot of those things were considered like unbearable too. That's why when we trying to understand this hyperbolic statement, like, what is the speculation? Do you think we like the essence of a woman?
Me, yeah, of course, obviously. That's why I say I think there's been plenty, especially this hemp. I'm out and about, you know what I'm saying, a lot. And it's the women I say I just walk by and she walks by and I'm like, damn, she beautiful. Not she fine as shit. And I'm like, hey, I can literally walk by her and just look at her, and older women especially, like, damn, that's a beautiful woman. You feel me? And if she's in her feminine nature, as Crimson said, I mean, there's nothing more, especially as rare as it is nowadays. I appreciate that. Every man appreciates a woman that approaches him in a feminine manner. I think, like you said, though, going back to what Sean and I was saying earlier, it's just that so many men have experienced the opposite, and you didn't want to show the flies thing. Even flies, remember? And like we was telling y'all told Angry Man he was crazy. He was talking about how y'all was getting smeared at and stuff. But that's what we're telling you, man. It's real hard for men to come by, feminine interaction with women nowadays, man.
See,
I say most. Sorry, go ahead. I think most men definitely have a soft spot for women. Do we like the essence of women? Like, do we like watching them get ready? That's tough, man. I don't think so. Like you said, like you said, when the woman is all up under you, like we want, like Patrice O'Neal said, we want you around, but not in our face. Like, we want you somewhere in the house, but not bothering me. Like, we don't. The essence of the sexual drive is incredible, and we not putting enough onus on this sexual drive, because if we weren't sexually attracted to women, to be 100, women are miserable people. So why would we like them? Like Fantastic said, like they not really likable.
Bro, when I really fuck with, I want her up under me. I love that shit, nigga. That shit be top tier. I don't know how y'all niggas get down, but I love that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I just kept capping, man. I mean, I like my girl. I like when I like my girl. I do like. Yeah, I do like my girl, and I like being around. All right, go ahead.
Now, before somebody says something opposite of what CJ's saying, what CJ's saying is he the minority of the majority.
He's the majority.
So, Crimson, what you think about the fact that CJ's sentiment is the majority, and he got it from Patrice O'Neal? Patrice O'Neal, how long he been dead?
About
10 years,
10
years, yeah, about 9, 10
and
years.
Reaper was nodding his head as well, Crimson. You know? Like, see, and that's the thing. So when you read this statement and you hearing the talking, what you think, you know?
It's interesting because I think that especially younger men, especially men now, do feel the way CJ feel. I don't know if CJ has ever had a competent conversation with a woman, or had a woman around him that he could have that conversation with. Have you?
I believe I have, yes.
See,
I
that's
believe there's competent women around, but it's in the minority.
that's
Well, it depends on what you're
that's
talking about.
because
Women have they
I've
have specialties, or they sorry,
Get a
sorry,
response. Get a response.
I've
So you said,
seen it with men and women, and men, and these are the women that men marry. That this is the one he found good enough to marry, right? And he don't want her talking to him. He don't want her talking to him. He don't want her around unless there's some type of service going on, either sexually or non-sexually, but some type of basically speak when spoken to.
I don't think that's true,
Sort of
Miss
situation.
Crimson.
Like you come around me when I want you around me, and that may be often or it might be rare, but whatever. And it's hard for me to give an answer to that because, like I said, I don't really have too much of a problem getting along with men in general. But at the same time, I have been in situations where my emotional response as a woman, because I responded like a woman, and I'm not talking about argumentative or combatively, but I had an emotional response rather than a logical one. And it was like, why are you doing that? Why are you talking like that? And it's like, I'm not you. I'm not you. Is it all right if I'm not you? You handled that part of it. You came to me with something that hit my emotions, and I told you that this was something that was emotion that got that emotion out of me. Now I'm not gonna stay there, but it got that emotion out of me, and it was like met with annoyance. Like, oh, well, okay.
Can I? That's fine. So most men, we want an intellectual conversation with our girl. We just can't have them. Because, like you said, once we hit an emotional nerve, we strike a nerve, the conversation is over. Y'all in your feelings. Now y'all want to believe what y'all want to believe. Y'all really don't let the man that y'all. It's more in relationship dynamics. Then y'all don't want to really hear him out anymore, and it's a whole big fight over nothing. So once that emotional nerve is struck, it's over. So men want to have intellectual conversations with a woman. They want to be able to talk to them about politics and different things. But we understand that women aren't. It's it's tough, man. There's few and far in between the women that are capable of having these conversations without getting emotionally invested to where they can't have a conversation anymore.
I don't think it's
Hey,
few.
man, I wanted to go into something Chris was talking about with the whole essence thing.
hold on, hold on, Mark. So you could jump right in. I just want to get Sean. Then you could jump in and see what Reaper got to say. I know Crimson don't got. So you want to respond to something she said? All right, cool. Go ahead, Sean.
CJ, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it's few and far between. I think it's the opposite of what you said, man. I really do think like I think, and I don't want to bring men into this, but I think as we get to certain places in life and our circles change, then the quality of people that you deal with change. I'm serious. Like my friends back at home is different from the friends that I've gotten in life. That includes men and women. So now the women that I deal with, I think it's the opposite of what you're saying, just in my experience. But I understand that that's probably your experience. So I don't want to diminish that.
Okay, let me read these real quick. Kasima the 10 says, when my girl says, quote, you're my best friend, exclamation point, end quote, I interpret it as I am someone who she's comfortable with sharing intimate details about her life without being judged. Okay. Matreon with the 10 says, most men bend over backwards just to please a woman, even with the attitude. Yeah. But here's the thing though, right? This is where the rubber meets the road for us in the things that we say on a consistent basis, and then you can't reconcile them. Niggas would do a whole lot of stuff for her, right? In the hopes of getting access to her body, right? These are the things that collide when we have the conversation that we got to try to understand. So if she didn't have a vagina attached to her, would he be bending over backwards? Because if Aaron asked me to do something right now within my realm, I'm going to do it, right? To the best of my ability. And that's out of love and actual friendship. So take away the vagina, what happens? Jay Miller with the $5 says, do most women have poor character traits because they are women? Is good character more associated with masculinity, femininity, or neither? Be neither, right? It should be neither, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Should be neither.
But women have to be survivalists, so they're willing to do a lot of more different things for the sake of. That's why the traits are different.
Like Mike with the $5 says, men are looking for the quote, homie, lover, friend, end quote, in their own women in most cases, exclamation point. D Lock was popping with the 10 ounces. Sorry, I'm late. But if you play stupid games, I'll win stupid prizes. Oh, but if you say you did not, okay. Never leave your life in the hands of those who has a license to kill. He's talking about the first topic. Okay. Game Wise was popping with the $5 says, grown. What does this mean? Oh, grown ass man talking about getting in trouble, shaking my head. The simpism is real. Who you talking to?
I guess Sean said that.
Sean, something like that.
Game Wise with the $5 says this convo is disingenuous. If sexual attraction is present, ain't no quote unquote friends. Like Mike with the $5 says, as we all know, ellipsis. If you like it, you love it. Now hit the like button. That's a fact, though. Jay Miller with the $2 says most women aren't accountable. That is bad behavior. HQ with the $5 says the married men who involve themselves with a lot of women, agreeing to the bullshit about the bulk of women having bad behavior. Wow to even say. I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. Aaron with the $2 says somebody want to smash and just ain't saying shit. Oh, you talking about platonic friendships amongst men and women? Crimson, you think men and women can be friends? No.
Not necessarily. The majority of the time, men and women cannot just be platonic friends without some kind of sexual. Even it's rare. It's in the minority. Indeed. I've been in a space like that, but I recognize also that that's the minority.
Yeah. Chase Lee with the $5 says people don't like anyone that isn't useful, financial, emotional, physical, sexual. Which two do most men offer versus most women offer? Interesting. Maybe I'll come back to it. Miss Bells, salute. Good to see you as always. TD was popping with the $5. A lot of those women are just running their knob suckers to make sure they still work. Don't take them seriously. Aaron with the $2 says, Crimson, the women you can kick it and talk to are 304s. He's saying the coolest women are hoes. Aaron with the $2 says the cool ones who cool have crazy backgrounds. He gotta get out of Yonkers, my nigga. Aaron with the $5 says, what's going on is most men think women are boring. The ones who you can kick it with and talk to are thoughts. We be like, she cool, but I ain't cuffing. Venus with the $10 says, I can and have called Hamp or Sean's phone at any time and get whatever help I needed. Nothing sexual involved. That's how men move when they like women as people. Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Any substantive responses to any of those super chats? Or Marv also had a question regarding the essence.
Just real quick. I've been a pimp for a long time, bro. This simp shit gotta stop on YouTube, my nigga. I don't think niggas know what a simp is. Niggas gotta stop it with that shit, bro.
Am I still working or not?
Yeah. Hey, and shout out to Venus. If somebody my friend, bro, you can get whatever you need, male or female. It just is what it is. It ain't no different for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, man. Like I said, I'm an unfriendly individual, but I definitely have females that, like I said, for over, like Shad said, I got it right that time, bro. Shad, you up there, damn. Well, one in particular I've been friends with for over 20 years, right? Never been anything, in sexual, none of that. You know what I'm saying? She was cool through a homeboy. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, that shit, that too, can't we even address that? We know it's some off limits, women just off limits, just off principle. I'm never gonna give my homeboys, old lady, baby mama, or whatever. We build a rapport, and you know what I'm saying? And even if they don't last, that friendship between the two of us lasts. So there's so many examples. You crazy.
Son, if this might just be maybe an area thing. But if if he cut her off and they not in a relationship, she not my friend anymore.
They don't even like her. Like
If
they
y'all,
not that interested.
if y'all,
What is he
I'm
talking
with
about?
Fantastic on this one,
well,
man.
now, well,
I'm with him
y'all
They
on
don't
this.
even like her.
That's weird.
So hold on.
That's
So it's
weird.
not weird. It's
I
not
like
weird. So
It's
listen.
weird as
It's not
shit.
weird. Well, let me. Well, I can explain to you why it's not weird. So again, we're talking about somebody that you guys they were in a relationship. Okay, not just some thought he hidden, and y'all like either they were married or a long term relationship. There's a kid involved. So like y'all are family, bro. So you're not gonna just be like if he leave her alone, she out of here. No, that's y'all fam. Now you're gonna respect it, and you're not gonna, you know what I mean, ever get between the two of them or like, shit like that. And but you never gonna try her because that's your man's old lady slash baby mama, and you still have a rapport with her. You just cut her off because
What can
again,
you
you guys
do?
still have.
All right, so now I gotta ask you you could give her money behind his back.
No, why would I do that?
You can't do nothing worth substance with
Nothing
her.
friendship.
You
Exactly.
can't do
What do you
anything.
mean?
You can't go see her. You can't invite her to your crib. You can't give her money. You can't be advising her. That you
Yeah,
can't do none of that shit, bro. You
it's
can't.
plenty of people that
Yeah,
are
family, like you
it's,
said.
I have and
there's
will.
plenty.
I have and will. I'm just not gonna cross no other lines with her.
You
But
be fucking with
absolutely.
teeth or getting shot for shit like that. I just wouldn't recommend it. Is all I'm.
But look.
That's
Yeah,
dangerous.
let me ask you a question. Your line brothers, if your line brothers been married to a chick for 10 years plus 10, 15 years, they get divorced. Y'all all went to college together. Y'all all got a relationship with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Like for me, maybe not for you. For me, they family. Just like Fantastic said, they family. And I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like my
but it's by proxy.
his ex-wife, she got getting remarried. Like I'm going to that wedding. He got remarried, went to that wedding. So it's just separate friendships. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you guys are saying thoroughly, but it is not a recommendation, and you can't really do a lot of friendship-esque things. I think that is an extreme outlier situation, and I wouldn't recommend it because your man could take anything any type of way. That's the problem. Like you see, like even if you need to drop something off, right? If I say, Aaron, drop this off in my house, right? Off the strength, he leaving it in a mailbox or in a porch. So niggas ain't, you want to drink? Nah, niggas ain't doing none of that. So now they not friends, but y'all still friends. Seems oxymoronic, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's an interesting concept. Marv, what you was gonna say?
Oh, before Crimson goes, I was only going to highlight what she was talking about with the whole essence thing. I was going to say I don't think most men are even familiar with the behavior of real feminine energy, and also I think that women have been shamed in a way to be feminine. In some ways, they've seen it as a way of weakness and kind of compensating, going the other direction in a way to, in some ways, compete with men. And I think that might be more of what some of the behaviors that we were talking about earlier. Again, behavior versus essence. That is overshadowing what we find valuable about a woman. You know, it's not just the things she does; it's the way she behaves, her tone, everything. I want a woman who actually sounds like a woman. I don't want a woman who sounds like a man. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why I say opposites attract. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a woman who's all muscular and strong, particularly. I want a woman who's nice, feminine. She don't have to be like frail. But again, you see how it sounds like one's better or stronger or something like that in comparison. I think when you start to see that type of thing with men being highlighted and the women's stuff, the feminine stuff not being highlighted so much, it seems like it's less than. So then women feel like they need to acquiesce a certain way. And now we don't see a woman for who we really are in a way. And I think that's kind of what's happening a little bit.
Was there anything in that to respond to for her?
Well, it was kind of more of a straw man, not strengthen her, still man her argument. I kind of agree strongly what she's talking about, but I think there's a reason why it's happening. I think we're being somewhat brainwashed in some ways and watching stuff on YouTube and stuff like that, seeing all this behavior, and it's really clouding the judgment of men, seeing how women are. We don't really get to see women except for in this square space right here. And I think if you actually have to interact with real women in real time, you'll see they're not really as crazy as they look on YouTube and stuff.
Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead because I'm not even going to address what he was saying.
Huh?
I'm not even going to address what he was saying, so it's going to be. But if we didn't have the sexual drive to women, do you think that would force them to be better people?
You mean dick discipline?
Sexual drive more so than dick discipline.
Why not use the verbiage that we don't like?
No, but I thought it was biological imperative, huh?
Well, it's one of those. I mean,
Biological imperative.
if you would get more disciplined, would they have the same leverage they have? I think the answer is obviously not.
Well, this discipline comes to a group of people. That's why I'm saying that the men in general, if men didn't have the drive to want to have sex with women, would they display the behavior they're displaying today or whenever or throughout time? They would have to change their behavior. They would have to be better people in general. They would have to be more likable because that would be the only way they would survive. So, if we didn't have a sexual drive, women would have to be more likable. Like,
so you're saying we definitely don't like them, and we know we get taken advantage of, and if we didn't want to have sex with them, they would have to behave, otherwise we wouldn't value them.
Correct.
So what, you trying to prove the tagline all the way right?
I'm just saying we don't really like. I mean, sure.
Now,
I'm trying to this.
So
it's pretty much it. I mean, it's a fantastic point though. Like, they're just not likable people. We like them, but they just
said it 1,000 times, bro. Go ahead, Sean.
And go though.
Oh, go ahead, Crimson. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna drop down.
Oh, okay. Hey, Crimson, I appreciate you as always.
No, I'll be in the chat.
Yes, man. Be safe. We'll see you later. What time you start? 4, right?
5:30.
5:30. 5:30. Man, salute.
Hey, Ham, so just so I'm kind of clear where we are the guys on the panel still trying to say we do like women? Is that where we are?
Well, yeah, for the most part, Reaper and CJ, I think they think the majority of men don't like women. Mr. Fantastic trying hard to stay there, but then when you ask for proof positive, it ain't none.
Ain't no trying.
That's why I said initially, like, we're not being honest if we don't admit, like, the way we present here and when we talk about women. I'm glad Reaper is being honest. I didn't hear what he said, and CJ know better if he's saying that we like the way we talk about women up here does sound like we only like women in the context of like romantic, sexual, those type of experiences. We don't. Go ahead.
Because the thing is, we actually love the women. We want them to be better people. They just won't be.
But
we wouldn't be up here talking about the women as if we wouldn't have so many gripes. We wouldn't complain so much if we didn't actually love them. Liking and loving is two different things. I'm assuming we love them so much that we keep trying to get them to be better people.
I mean,
y'all see the result.
That sounds good. You know what I mean? You say you don't like platitudes. That sounds good. But again, execution does matter though, CJ. Like, the way in which we go about showing them we love them matters. You can't say we love them, then all you do is talk about how illogical they are, how stupid they are, how you like it don't
Let me
go.
tell you something. I love the Lakers, and I'm pissed off that they got their ass whooped in the fucking playoffs. I don't got nothing good to say about them niggas. Fuck them niggas right now.
Even that dumbass analogy, like we talking about women, you go to a Laker game. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point I'm talking about. You go to a basketball game when we talking about you know what I mean? And I ain't trying to, like, you know, we do all the thing, but like, that's the point. Like, we use a
great analogy, bro. When you like something, you want it to be better. So if it's bad, you're gonna complain and you want it to hey, we need the center. We need this. We need that. We need this. If you trash, you're not gonna keep hyping your fucking trash team up. You're gonna talk bad about it until they do shit right, until they get better. Then you can fucking cheer them on when they better and they winning Super Bowls and winning fucking NBA championship. Then you can cheer them on and say how great they are. But when they bottom of the fucking league, they doing the worst in the fucking league. You can't keep fucking cheering them on, talk about how great they are. No, we fucking suck.
CJ, you windmill. You don't have to, bro. What I'm saying is, I just said
Hamp a hater, bro. I swear to God, he a hater.
I have no reason to. It just, you went on that. You said
it.
Was it true or not? He gonna just say it's women, but it's a great fucking point.
Like, can you listen for a second, bro? God damn. What I'm saying is, the execution matters, bro. The way you just describe how you talk to the Lakers, the same delivery, the same execution won't work when we're talking about dealing with a woman, bro. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand. Can we agree on that?
Execution, I mean, sure. Because
So the
women want to hear what the fuck they want to hear. Execution don't even matter. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear lies that they want to hear, and the truth that they like, they'll take. But the real truth, I mean, the truth that they don't like, they don't want to hear. So all this execution matters shit.
TJ, come on, man.
You nigga using 75 words in a
My shit
minute.
is quick. Huh.
No,
You didn't do that to nobody else. Long-winded.
No, now here's one thing I don't really tolerate too much no more. When people try to act like something is happening to them specifically, right? So here's what I'm saying. He asked you a question and he was gonna continue on. So just let him continue, and then y'all just have the back and forth. That's all I'm saying.
You say he asked me a question. No, I answered the question quickly, and he could finish his thought.
Yeah, I'm saying he didn't even need to. I'm just saying. So also, what is actually happening too, and maybe I'm hyper focused, is your interjections, right, are kind of overt. So that could be my fault, right? But just let it go back and forth, because I think it could be a good back and forth to see who actually got the best point. That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah, again, like I said, CJ, the way we will attack dealing our issues with women is going to be different than we talking about a sports team. Like, and I would even argue, right, you'll scream about the Lakers, but you wouldn't go to LeBron face and be like, nigga, you suck, you weak as fuck. Like, you wouldn't do that. You would approach LeBron James a little bit differently when you want to criticize him for what he's not doing. You ain't gonna come out and call saying he suck, he dumb as fuck. You wouldn't do that.
I don't come at the women like that though.
I know what I'm saying. If that's how you talk about them on the internet, on the panel. So what I'm saying is when these type of statements are made for us to be like, no, it doesn't make sense. You're not being honest. If they're listening to you talk, them saying you don't like women would make sense. And let me stop.
Wait. But Sean, to your point, hold on, Reaper. Hold on. Let me respond real quick, and then I'll give you the mic shot. I mean, Reaper. If I'm on the fucking internet talking about the Lakers and they fucking trash, I'm gonna say it and emphatically. Just like black women have been acting, their behavior is trash. But I'm not gonna walk up to random black women or, hey, your behavior sucks. No, I see her acting terribly, and I know her, and it's in my face. I might say something about it, like, "Hey, calm down, bro. You're doing too much." But people aren't walking up to people they don't know. I'm not walking up to LeBron James saying, "Hey, how trash y'all are." No, I'm saying it on the internet how much I disagree with what they doing, just like I say about with the women, and that's it. That's all. Go ahead.
And yo, can I interject on that real quick? And I think that's the part that everybody keeps missing. Look, bro, I any woman I approach outside of real life, as long as she's respectable, I'm respectable. Initially, I give all women the courtesy of her being a woman. Now she turns out to be a raging, you know what? Now my attitude changes, and we never address that. All the stuff I say on the internet is just my opinion about whatever topic or whatever I'm talking about. I don't withdraw my courtesy of a woman being a woman. I don't, you know what I'm saying, treat every black woman that she's like a 304 or any of this wild shit. No, but if she proves herself to be that, hey, if she wants to take it that way, that's the way we take it.
Can I respond to Miss Fantastic? Because I've gotten before, and even Help has checked me about this. I've said many times, there's two different worlds, right? There's the real world, then there's the internet world. And I always get told, no, Shad, the internet's where everybody is. So now it's interesting hearing y'all say, well, what I do on the internet is one thing, but what I do in real life is another thing. On other conversations, y'all be cool with that kind of point of view, but now we saying, no, Shad, it's separate. The way I come and show up on the internet to talk about these things is not how I would do it in real life. And I'm just saying, y'all are not consistent with that point of view.
Yeah, the thing I said,
hold on, TJ, hold on. No, sorry. So yeah, bro, we don't do that. No, fam. Everything. I'm the same man on here.
And maybe not you specifically, Miss Fantastic. I'm just saying in general, that statement's been made a few times.
Well,
maybe not you.
What's I'm saying? I feel you, but in most cases, this is what I'm saying. You still have a level of decorum and humanity that you treat people with. I can have some what most people would consider extreme views of certain things, but you know, I'm not just gonna blurt those out in random because I mean I'm a human being. I understand that that's an uncomfortable conversation to have amongst people that, you know what I'm saying, that's not the setting for it. At the same time, I can speak on something in the reality of it, you know what I mean, here, and then carry myself respectfully until I'm forced to be disrespected. So that's what I'm saying. Every woman gets to respect until she disrespects, and then it's like, okay, well now I turn to the motherfucker y'all think I'm on the internet. It is what it is.
And I would argue, I believe you, Miss Fantastic. I think most people come on the internet and be a little performative for their audience. So what I'm saying is, if you agreeing, then you have to kind of agree with the statement. If we're talking about in regards to like how we perform on the internet, how we show up here, like that men don't like women. What I'm saying is, I think most men in the world actually like women beyond sex. But what I'm also saying is, when we come on this internet, I understand why people would think that. That's what I'm saying. Can we concede on that?
I got you. No, we can't concede. We can meet in the middle. And what I'm saying is, you have two sides that have their opinion on something, right? You have the men's side and their point of view. You have the women's side and their point of view.
Concede to the point.
And you have. Well, I'm not going to concede to it because, like I said, it's two different people giving their perspectives. I'm not again, and then I know that the people that are allowed to have the extreme perspectives are not the men. Okay, and certain stuff men can never get on here and say. You can't say that. If you do, you're gonna have men and women attacking. Women can get on here and say the most outrageous shit, and women are gonna defend it or ignore it. And even most men are gonna be quiet about it because they know or they feel like women can't be chastised or criticized.
And most men come on it to substantiate a fantastic point. Most men don't come up here attacking women, going after women. We try to have cordial conversations. We try to have show some decorum. It might go left eventually. In real life, it don't go left as quickly, but it can go left in real life. So we try to resemble how we present in the real world. It's not a bunch of fake shit on here, then real different shit in real life.
So CJ, that's your question. Do you call women dumb in real life? You call your girl dumb?
Yes, if I have to. If we arguing, we having a fucking back and forth, I might call her dumb. But I don't get up here just calling women dumb up here. I don't just do that.
All right.
Reaper, go ahead, man. What you think? Cheek, what's poppin'?
Salute to everybody in the chat, man. My fellow Babylonian over here and Cheeky with the crazy hat, man. Salute my brother. God bless everybody on the panel. I was gonna say, man, I agree with a lot what CJ's saying, man. I guess it's just the delivery. I want to ask the question, like, especially in a dating sense, what do women do that's actually likable? Like, we sit up here and talking about, but what do they actually do? At least when you date, I'm not talking about you marrying that shit.
No, Hemp can talk about before he was married. You can talk about before he was married. Please enlighten us. Yeah, y'all like I was crazy.
I know Ham has the perfect situation. I get it, whatever. So Ham is an anomaly. But you've had shows on here where women will complain about coffee dates. And when we talk about being likable, right? We talking about, that's my friend, my whatever. So we should be able to go out, chill, not have to spend nothing, walk through the park. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, with your boy, you probably play ball or some shit, but with a woman, take a nice stroll, go to some free shit, just walk around and doing stupid shit. And most of these women nowadays, they're like, nah, you got to do this. It's like, so what do they actually do that's likable? Like the great prophet Patrice O'Neal said, as a man, you dating a woman.
I hate when y'all do this.
You're attractive. Hold on. You're the attractive. And I can relate to real life. I just don't want to give anecdotal whatevers, but I'm the attractive guy. I'm funny. I'm doing this, blah, blah. Why should I like you? Because I'm doing all this shit.
Hey, Reaper, right? Have you ever in life dated a girl that really, really liked you?
Yes. One.
Yeah. What did she do? What did she do for you that indicated to you that she liked you?
Gave me back rubs.
Gave them
didn't
cheeks
bother
up.
Me. She gave up cheeks, but she was actually a cool person to be around. She'll come to my place, not bother me for shit. We go walk around Fort Greene Park, all that shit. But that from her and all the other girls I date, she's an extreme anomaly.
And I just want to make sure before we move on, you're saying
I'm not saying all women. Please don't take me as saying all women. I'm just saying the majority of them. Okay.
What I'm trying to do is hopefully make us look a little better, and so that's what I'm trying to get you. I'm asking you.
Can I say something real quick to what you said too? It's not about making us look better, right?
I'm just gonna reiterate the question for you, bro. That's it.
I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
You're saying the one girl that really liked you, the only thing that you said indicated she liked you, that she left you alone. That's the only thing, and she gave you back.
There's other things. She was cool. She wasn't a great cook, but she'll try to cook. She'll order out. She do other things for me, but again, she's an anomaly compared to other women I dated. I have not met that type of woman again. And Shashat, to your point, you're talking about when CJ was sorry about the noise. When CJ was talking about the LeBron thing and delivering a message, right? CJ can't do it, but if you think about LeBron's best coaches, they were who? Spoelstra and Tyronn Lue, and they all took hard lines with LeBron, right? That goes back to how women act. When women make the most changes is typically what? When they have a breakup, right? So the guy that said, hey, man, lose a little weight. I'm too fat. She'll get mad at that dude. She'll dump him, or they'll move on. But the next dude she's losing weight for, the next dude she's doing the things her old man told her to do. So let's put some of the. I'm not blaming on a woman, but put some of the blame on a woman. To my last point, to the guy that was speaking in the beginning of the video that HAMP played, he said that, oh, that man, they would smash a woman that they don't like. But why would a woman smash a man that she knows they don't like her? That speaks to her character. Think about that. What else is she providing? CJ said it in the inverse way. Patricia No say, yo, if women did not have a pussy, what could they do to make a man like them? This is on a comedy Elephant in the Room. And the funniest thing that when he asked the audience that, you know what the audience was saying? They just said, oh, in the air, in the nose. And he said, yeah, you guys just body yourself down to a bunch of holes. You didn't say play Xbox 360. You didn't say go to, if you didn't have a pussy, you said go right back to holes in your body. So let's ask the woman that. When you, the Salute to Crimson Time, when she's up here, she's saying, oh, be like the man. Why is it that women are running away from women's essence?
So
we never asked a woman that. So I'll shut up. I know I've been talking too long. But.
Shit.
I kind of touched on that a little bit earlier, but yeah.
Yo, fuck you, Sean.
wait, real quick. Was he's answering based on romantic friendships, not women in general, right? So I'm trying to figure out which one are we talking about.
It was romantic. It wasn't women.
Yeah, that was me, Sean. That was me. I prefaced it that way, so that's me.
Okay.
That was me. Yep.
And Sean, stop lying your ass off. This is what I like about Sean. Sean keeps female friends around, so even though he ain't gonna smash them, but he know there's a little bit of tension there. Sean ain't hanging around with no 80-year-old Harriet Winslow type women around, bro.
It's not true.
He got some pretty.
Three of my best friends from college, female friends, they was actually in my wedding. They were bridesmaids in my wedding.
How they look?
Some of them are, two of them are attractive. One of them is.
Two out of what? Two out of what?
One of them is a lawyer. The other one is a nurse that makes lots of money. Like two of them are attractive.
He didn't properly ask his question, Sean. Question: could you smash him if you wanted to?
Could you say could I? No, I'm trying to understand the question. No,
yeah, it's very specific. Like if you wanted to,
we way beyond that.
So
we get you way beyond it. That means you already smashed
previously.
No, never.
Okay,
never. Now, all of their friends, absolutely, they're sorors. They all got this, but yeah, not them.
Hey, Sean, I'll let you know something right now, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's facts. That being in the military, for as long as I have, it's called time and proximity. Give enough time, get a little close. If you're a straight man, it's going to happen. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just letting you know, real talk. I've been in the military long enough, and I know how this thing works. It's called time and proximity.
I've known them for 25
years.
Yeah,
but not bad at the same time.
We know how Sean get down, man.
But I feel like
so I want Sean to kind of respond to a little bit of that though, real quick. Go ahead, Sean.
I kind of hate when we use that example because that kind of speaks to his human nature. Because I mean, you could argue a nigga snipe you if he's desperate enough. Even your best homie might I don't know. We do this thing where we're trying to do a comparison between who's the most loyal. I mean, I'm with you, Marvelous. Yeah, things that could happen. Enough time and no other possibilities it might. But I'm saying the same could apply to a friendship. We've seen hella movies with the best friend sniping him in the end because he really wanted to be in control. So I mean, it's hella good movies like that. So we always use that example. I don't think it's the best example to kind of make that point. That's just my opinion on it.
Can I ask a married men a question on the panel?
Yeah, and then I want to get Cheek in.
Oh yeah, my bad, Cheek. Just real quick, because I see this a lot. Do you feel like when you guys have gotten married, and obviously you make compromises, right? But who do you feel has compromised more from what they were before? Was it the men or was it the women?
I think
men always have to compromise more than women.
I think I don't really feel right per se, right? Unless I tell you it's a feeling rooted thing.
That's kind of hard to do.
I think we give, right? So what I give and contribute is more. I think the things that she has to compromise have been more than me. Generally, I'm uncompromising. So but I think that what I put in, my responsibilities, I think if you just measure them in the earth, it would amount to more. but things she had to give up are more than I had.
But that's not
Yeah, but at the same
necessarily what I
time,
mean, because I think that men are built on duty. So I think that like that's not necessarily what I mean. I mean like your character, who you are as a person, not as necessarily a man. Like as in you can't act a certain way anymore. And I'm not saying before you're acting egregious, acting like a savage. But from what I've seen is like all the men that I know who are married, like I feel like they gave up more of themselves while the woman became more of what they were. A little bit more naggy, more assholish. Like the profile they put on to get those guys is not what they are now. And I'm like, wait, she became more of that. But then the man, this guy, I knew this guy before, and this is not the same dude. And I don't mean in duty. I don't mean in giving him. I mean like, you know what I mean? So I don't know how to explain that part with the
Yeah,
men,
I'm
but
just
I
trying
just
to
feel like
understand
I
it.
understand
it's
it.
like I
Yeah,
see
Because the
shell of
men,
men. That makes
the
sense.
women, yeah. So
that makes sense.
the women that are with they men, they start to do the shit that the men do overwhelmingly. Like for instance, I know one lady, her husband smoked cigars, she smoked cigars. He got into whiskey, she got into whiskey, right? My wife would be at a football game or a boxing event or whatever so and then I don't want to get on this at all, right? Because I think it's almost unfair. But even the quote unquote religious stuff, right? If you start measuring that stuff, then it's a whole lot, especially given my belief system. And I'm using those words for the sake of conversation, you know? But I've seen that more often with married women, how they kind of assimilate to their husbands. And they do it by choice. I don't think they being forced.
Like a creeper argument, and I would say that the men change more, and the woman
Aaron and
stays the
Mars
same.
didn't go yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say to the most part to the chance, at least what Hamp is
You always
saying is
hating on
right.
your boy Reaper.
I was gonna say what
No,
your
I'm saying
boy
they didn't
saying-
answer yet. They didn't answer yet.
what your boy Hamp was saying is correct. Like my wife, she acquiesced to everything I ended up doing. She ended up taking my hobby and made that her career now. Now she a personal trainer. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of things that we do as men, and we actually not doing. Like when you said a man loses himself, nah, it's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to find out the side of yourself and see the reflection in your wife. You know what I'm saying? Like anything that you bring into that relationship, you gotta be careful too, because that will come back to haunt you. Anything you see in your wife, look at yourself first before you check her. Because honestly, you probably brought it in yourself. So a lot of things I look at in my wife, like legitimately, she's like my mirror, dog. She's my other half. I'm only completing myself. She helps me complete myself in that way. If you coming into a situation, you're losing yourself, then where was the love for you before you met her? Because honestly, now you're just being a slave to her emotions for the most part, which is what some men end up doing. They end up acquiescing to how she feels, not going by what he knows because he does not know himself. And that's a total different issue. But I understand what you're saying, though.
Yeah, but I think that's like another great point too, Ham. We didn't even cover that part. The fact of the matter that how much a man sacrifices and how much a man does when he does indeed love a woman. You have to like somebody in order to love them, right? So even in that
No.
aspect, it's not.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No, you don't have to like them to love them.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
at
you
all.
definitely do.
So
You definitely do. Hold on, well, that's definitely
We don't have
hash
to
this
get
out.
stuck on that, but I just disagree on that.
Well, no. It just goes to what you were saying earlier. Now we're talking family members, yes, but we're talking about a person that's completely, totally separate of you and a stranger, and you learn to know them. No, you have to like them before you love them. Brother. I don't love nobody I don't know. So in order for you to gain love for me and not be a family member, I had to like you at some point. Now I can understand you saying if we're saying when we have a falling out. Now, yeah, then I may not like you in a moment and still love you, but I'm saying the initial growth of love begins at like. The basis of
Oh,
love is you have to like someone before you love them.
okay. So you said, well, because the statement in itself, I disagree. But you saying you build a relationship with a person, you like them, then you grow to love them. I understand that.
Yes, outside of family members, yes.
But
You
what you're
don't you
saying
don't
about
just
sacrifice lends itself to duty, right? So if Reaper's saying men are dutiful, um, by inherently, then can we tout that as a reason why we give more if we're naturally dutiful?
yeah, because you can choose to end your duty at any point in time, or never be dutiful in the beginning. That's what I'm saying. So we have there's two sides to everything, right? So there's good husbands, there's bad husbands. You know what I mean? There's good wives, there's bad wives. So and to your point, like you always like to make, okay, well, if women are finding men so what do you say inadequate, right? in any and everything you do, even when you're providing, protecting, all these different things, and you keep doing it, there has to be a level of like there. Because if I don't like you no more, I'm out. Okay. If a man don't like you, bro, he can leave just like the woman can leave, or check out and then start doing his own thing. So that's what I'm saying too. That aspect of the whole situation as to where, in order for a man to give a woman the ultimate sacrifice of making her, you know what I mean, even like I said, we know men are trying to pursue, men make wives, not the other way around. Women don't make husbands. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is when we have to reconcile the points, right? We'll say time in and time out, men are unhappy. Men don't like these situations. Men don't like the women, and yet we stay because of duty, responsibility, and fear, probably losing our kids and things of that nature. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Fantastic. When we reconcile everything together, it doesn't align. So if we stay on that premise, the why is not like.
Can I address it right now?
Is inherent responsibility.
Liking someone is not a fixed condition.
So hold on, but women put on a thing to make us like them in the beginning. Then, like to Reaper's point, then their true colors start coming out, and then we don't really like them anymore. And but we love them, but now we're invested. Now we love them already.
Yeah, liking someone is not a fixed condition. I'd like to answer Reaper's question. As a married man, no, my wife has absolutely compromised more of herself than me. Part of it is because I've earned it. Part of it is because she sees value in it. Part of it is because I'm simply unrelenting in that specific area. Now, I think I offer her more grace. I'm more readily available to offer grace, and I offer more of it. But that's because she's compromised much more of herself than me. I am more intact, right? And just like the gentleman on the panel says, man, listen, before she married me, she was no more fascinated with an automobile than she was with a dishwasher. Now she's riding around with me, you know what I mean, at speeds that would make you shit your pants. You know what I mean? All the communication style. You know what I mean? Like the level of decorum and the way we listen and speak to one another. You know what I mean? She's acquiescent. She uses my vernacular. You know what I mean? Where I have kind of stayed planted where I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead, CJ. Now you can go ahead. You can respond.
I think I made the point that women put on characteristics that get the men to like them in the beginning. Then the men fall in love. Then the women become their true selves, which aren't likable, nagging, bunch of unlikable characteristics. But you're already invested. You love them at this point. You probably might have kids at this point, so they know they can get away with being their true selves. So
you right back in form, CJ. You right back where you always end up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, you talk about, you saying you love women, you always you always put your period there, bro. Sometimes you don't do yourself.
I can't tell the truth.
No, be honest. No, be honest. I want you. I'm
honest, man.
But that doesn't mean he hates them, though. That doesn't mean we gotta stop doing that. Just because you're critical of something,
Reaper, that's not what I'm saying,
man.
Reaper.
Okay, my bad.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. HAMP's platform is not a platform to come and just talk about the bad things that women do. I'm saying there's been opportunities. Wait, CJ, I promise a couple more words and you got it back.
I'm sorry, brother.
Brother. There's been many opportunities to add some balance in all of our position here. And all I'm saying is CJ never takes it. But anytime there's time to kind of talk about the bad, CJ always steps. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you, CJ, to not be honest. I'm saying, bro, we rarely hear you talk about the good. That's all I'm saying, bro. We rarely hear you do it. That's all I'm saying.
I say we love women all the time. Men love women. How many times do I gotta say this? We love women. But it's like, all right, let me tell you what's one example. Last night, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I'm about to drop really. All right, so my brother and I used to argue about Anthony Davis versus Giannis, right? Because he's a Laker fan, I'm a Laker fan. He couldn't get past this Laker fanism to understand that Giannis is better. No matter how much I like the Lakers or I like the Lakers when AD was on the team, I'm still honest with my fucking self. And I know Giannis is better than AD, and I'll end it there. So I'm just truthful, bro. I'm truthful about black women. I like them, but I'm still truthful. And their behavior is deplorable.
I think what you're highlighting, it kind of answers the question. He can say that we love women, but it's difficult for him to articulate all the different many reasons why we love women. But it's easy for him to articulate reasons to not like women. That doesn't mean we dislike them. You can not like a thing. That doesn't mean you dislike or hate it, right? I don't care about pickup trucks. I don't like them or dislike them. I like sports cars, right? So I think that kind of proves it. The question is simply like, and we conflate like with so many other positive feelings and outlooks. But look at how people articulate their likes, dislikes, what they love. The answer's right there.
We can't articulate how much we like them is nasty.
Yes, right, exactly.
Because they're so deplorable. And Hank, he get on my fucking nerves, man. I'm tired of him fucking shit.
Hank with the $2 says, CJ, ain't it time for you to catch the? You want to respond to this?
Already did.
Oh, okay. Chase Lee with the $5 says, I'll do anything for my female friends, but I'm not going to ask them for help in 90% of the situations. Do I really like them, or are I just being masculine? Interesting point. That's that dutiful thing that Reaper was kind of acknowledging. Arnold with the $5 says, the sports analogy stands. We love black women, and these observations denote our investment in black women. Their outcomes are outcomes. Arnold with the $2 says, their outcomes are our outcomes. Okay. Crimson says, wives in an actual marriage will become our husband in so many different ways. Our identity is lost overwhelmingly, and we willingly do this. We take on his mindset, spiritual settings, likes/dislikes, etc. Transformation. Cheek was popping.
Shit like that.
Have a good show. Have a good show, gentlemen. I want to hear what
We'll
Cheek got
see
to
you in
say
about
about
10
it.
minutes once you hear something you don't like.
I know, because I know Cheek gonna say something. Cheek gonna say some smart shit and some bullshit. Cheek gonna say some smart shit and some bullshit at the same time.
It's so crazy. It's always depending on if you agree with it. It's so crazy though.
I gotta get ready to take a nap, man. I gotta go back to the gym. Man,
All right, so do what you got to, man. What's up,
Nah, I'm here.
Cheek, what up?
Yeah, no, this is an interesting combo. I do think that men like women. Have we gone over what is womanly or feminine or whatever? We already did that part.
We spoke about essence, but we didn't say what's feminine or not.
So what's a woman's essence then? I guess that would be the
so Crimson was go ahead.
Femininity, grace, submission, beauty, of course, but not, a woman can be beautiful without we don't even touch. Not trying to talk about this. So beauty without even having a sexual desire, like she's just beautiful. Like a woman, you look at her, but like at first you're like, damn, I want to, I'm trying to get that ass, but damn, she's just beautiful. I think we've all had that moment where you see a woman that's so incredibly attractive to where it's just like, damn, wow, you know what I'm saying? And then the penetrator part comes later.
This is
I feel like go ahead. You about to explain it too?
Yeah, so this is why I think men don't truly genuinely like women the way they say they do, because they can't articulate things that would lead them liking them. What Crimson said was very profound. Women like men in masculinity. They like them in their environment, doing things that are inherently masculine. Like they like to watch us work on cars, fix things, drive cars, ride motorcycles, hunt for things. You know what I mean? Like cut the grass. A woman's beauty is feminine in nature, but it isn't the essence of her femininity. If you liked the essence of a woman in her environment, you would like to watch her do her nails, do makeup, do her hair. You'd be going to the mall with her to get a pedicure to watch her do that. You see what I'm saying? Like these are all these are all things you would like to watch women have conversations with one another. Where three women are in a room having a conversation and they're all texting a separate conversation with each other. You would enjoy these things because these are women doing feminine things in their element.
Yeah, nah, Aaron. I think that's a delineation
So
between men and women.
I'm getting a collection of data, and what I'm gonna say is this seems very subjective. All right, one.
Yeah, it does. It does.
No. All right, so let me help you.
Okay, go ahead.
So the one thing that when Crimson was saying the women that actually like women, that actually like men, it's an uncontrollable appreciation when they see men doing manly things. So for us, as an example, now this could be correlated with how we're nurtured, but when my wife is like cooking in the kitchen and the kids is playing and you got the breakfast and everything coming together, like I'll be looking at her like, this is fucking amazing. And then another one that was a little bit more inherent was Like the first time she was trying to breastfeed, and the kids come in, and they have they just coming out of postpartum, and then like the love for that child, you could just see it like almost glowing off them. Like that part is like in her essence.
So
this
that
shit
and
is
that's
amazing.
and I was getting ready to say, like, I think that like men have an appreciation for women in environments that are beautiful, right? Like I think life and giving life is a beautiful process, and it's something that you can see the nurturing, the caretaking, the things that you like women for being connected to a offspring that you help produce. One, two, some things like ballerinas. Some women, when I see them dance and do ballet, and that's very elegant, graceful. It's like, damn, this is this inconceivable thing in motion, right? That's cool. Some people like sports, like some women that can jump high, although that may be quote unquote masculine, it's still a woman doing it, so it can't be masculine. It's feminine, but it's an admirable, right? Simone Biles, everybody on this panel will be like, bro, she and her, that's crazy. There's the level of admiration of that. So I think what we're trying to do is put a box on what women can and can't do and find admiration in that. Why do we have to enjoy watching a woman get her nails painted? There's nothing for me or most men. But if a woman in that same effort is playing on the keys, like Alicia Keys, and she got her nails painted, maybe that does something for me. I mean, but there's ways to appreciate women for the things that they do, and I think in most cases, most men do. They just got to find what it is. Some women do not like watching a man cut down a tree because what the fuck, like I'd much rather watch something else. I don't know, like
you know what? That makes sense though, Cheeky. Oh, sorry, me interrupting, but I would say like you're right. It comes with the woman's softness. Like I would say,
most cheek. What Cheeky you meant most. Most women not fucking HAMP. Oh, did your wife come out there and help you or clap while you was chopping down them trees with the hurricane, brother?
But the admiration, they not gonna help. But the admiration.
No, I'm not saying helping. That's what the appreciation, the appreciation and admiration of it. But like I think what Cheeky is saying, I think women enjoy the end product, right? Like, hey, if you build something, let's say you add on like a porch or something to your crib. Your wife's not gonna be out there every second. She's definitely not gonna hammer your nails. But to see the accomplishment of your manliness, you know what I'm saying? I think you guys, you touched on a great part now. As much as I can't stand my baby mama and what she did, one of the most beautiful points in my life, I have to attribute to her, and I appreciate her for it because you know what I'm saying. This is my first kid, and two of them at that. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of this stuff is for men. To Aaron's point, it's not that we can't articulate it. It's just like you're soft if you do, Aaron. So most men just keep it to themselves. And Aaron, I know you probably experienced this, right? I don't think except we got no light. See, I ain't no light skinned dudes up here. So well, Marvelous, you in between, brother. You get the light skinned delegation for the day. But most dark skinned niggas not taking no pictures of where we go. People ask me all the time, man, you ain't got no pictures? Like, damn, you know what? Nah, I really don't. I'm not a big picture taker. I like to keep a lot of stuff in memory. I think there's just a masculine way that men handle things. So there's a lot of stuff that may be very, very impactful, beautiful parts of our lives that we never articulate, but we just keep it to ourselves because that's what's expected of a man, or at least society. Don't think.
Well, my point wasn't that. My point was that you can find levels of admiration. It's just very subjective. Like that was my point through it all. I don't want to see my girl get her nails done because that's boring. But if she does something that I find to be admirable, like maybe she is a coder or she knows how to do something that, like, there's things that women do outside of just getting their nails done that you find admiration in. I don't understand why we gotta
watch a code team.
You got it.
I'm not saying I haven't met a girl that can well,
I'm not being funny. I promise I won't.
No. But what I'm saying is like, but there are certain things. It's like, man, that's like if she draws. I know girls that can draw, and I'm like, that shit is dope. How do you do that? What made you go with that color? Like you're interested because it's displaying a level of mastery and it's crazy. Like when chefs play food, like there's things.
Is that really a feminine thing though, Cheeky? Is that really a feminine thing though?
He's giving credence to admiration when she's in her element, whatever that.
Right, like yeah. So this is us like women.
Essence though.
So Cheek, but now Cheek, hold on. Let me add this. So Cheek, I think you gave a great point, right? And I think it is very subjective to each man. So I'm not trying to watch you get your nails that big, baby. I don't listen. I don't give a damn about none of that. I'm definitely not about to sit you watch Miss Celine do your nails for the next 45 minutes or an hour. Not doing it. Okay. But let's say like the sports thing we gave, right? I think Cheek gave a great example. Simone Biles. Nobody gives a damn about not ballerinas. What is it called? Aerobics, right? Simone Biles is a gymnastics. Appreciate it, brother. No man cares about that. When you see a woman do that, one of the women that first come to mind, FloJo. Everybody talks about FloJo. I've never heard anybody even say anything sexual concerning FloJo. She's just so beautiful, bro. She's beautiful in running, and of course, aesthetic. She's attractive, but men had more appreciation of like her literal body of work in her craft. And and as beautiful as she was, I've never heard anybody be like, "Hey man, I'm gonna take that down." You feel me? So that's what I'm saying. I think that would be one of the best personifications of that beauty of like what she is explaining, of where hey, men are gonna differ in different things and what they like, but it's some things where we all come together and we like, damn, that's dope, that's beautiful, and it's a woman doing it that gives it that.
And I
You
would
know what
say
I mean?
that's
Gives it
evidence.
that
I
extra.
think that's evidence of like
Can I,
women.
can I try to give an example of something that might be and because I see folks in the chat saying we're not giving examples. So I was thinking about a time, and we always use attention to detail, but I think I realized the amount of care that goes into things that, like, for men in general, we don't care much about. And I'm thinking about the first time when I was with my ex-fiance and my family came in town, and so she was cooking brunch for everybody. And I was just watching like the amount of anxiety she had about everyone enjoying that experience, right? Like, I'm usually the type of person, like, in regards to a woman, I'm like, man, you ain't gotta do too much. You ain't gotta do that much for me. But like for her, it was like, I really want to make sure your family, everyone has a good time. Like, I could see like the anticipation and the anxiety she had, the care she had for my mom and my family members enjoying the breakfast that she prepared for everybody. And even just watching, making sure everybody was good. So I guess that's attention to detail, but just the amount of care that I think that women put into things that we don't necessarily care as much about. Like, I don't know how many men have fed 10 people and you know what I mean? And want to make sure everybody enjoyed their meal and enjoyed the fellowship. Just kind of watching her not even be a part of the fellowship, but like sitting back, making sure everybody else was good. Like, that was very, like, I really admire seeing her in that element.
Wait.
Here's what I'm hearing.
I was going to
Here's
say,
what I'm
because I think that women are more attentive and more considerate in all things being, honestly.
But here's the problem with what you're saying, that is male chefs do that too. Aaron has talked about how he'll cook, put on a grill on his birthday for everybody else, and he wants the food to be good.
That's
But
not. But that's not what
the thing is. What I'm saying is this: women also take into consideration how everyone like this. You know why when you ask a woman, "What do you want to eat?" You know why that's a hard question for them versus a man, because they're trying to measure how you feel about it. They want everyone to be on the same page about how they feel. And it's like, how do you feel about this? This is good. Okay, cool. Then we all gonna get this. We all agree. You know what I'm saying? It's like they try to get more bigger in-depth vibe than we do. We just say, "Hey, you hungry? I'm gonna grab some pizza," and I be into that. There'll be no discussion at that point.
Hey, can I just add something?
Exclusively feminine and an annoyance in most cases. But Cheeky, a lot of what I heard you say, first of all, was filled with some. Second of all, a lot of the examples that you gave were either a neutral activity or a male activity that a woman brought beauty to by participating in it.
Did y'all not hear me say?
I didn't. Let me, Cheeky.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear you use an example that is exclusively feminine in nature, where men enjoy observing a woman in that essence. Like when you say drawing, there's nothing that it's a place where the feminine can be expressed, but it is not inherently feminine.
I did. No, I gave. Well, hold on. I did give examples. I was talking about birthing as well. I was talking about that.
All right. So what that does is it that goes down to sexuality. That's the biological imperative, of course, because you have legacy involved. I'm talking about something that is completely detached from man's existence.
So here's
alone.
the question that
riding a motorcycle has nothing to do with my wife, nor does it benefit her in any way. Watching her take care of my children, there's a benefit directly attached to me.
Bro,
So I enjoy seeing
Wait, why do we do this? I don't understand. What
because
is
I'm
it
being
that men?
precise with
Hold
the
on.
information.
Let's think about this very hard and very carefully. What is it that
Pause.
women can, or what is it that men can do that women can't? And what is it that women can do that men can't? If we're saying nurturing, men can nurture. Huh?
Have children and impregnate.
So if you're saying the only thing that they can do is a biological imperative and everything else we can do and they can do, it's really subjective.
Yeah, no, they're the only things that are mutually connected too, is what I'm saying. A woman can't have a baby without a man, and a man has nothing to impregnate without a woman. There's a mutual connection.
You're doing the too smart thing again,
I'm saying
man.
something that's mutually exclusive from something else is what I'm saying. Like, for example, when my wife does her hair or her nails, I'm not interested in watching. That's something exclusively to her. It has nothing to do with me. It's for her, by her, that to benefit her. When I go rent on an automobile, especially a sporty one, she has nothing to do with that at all. But she admires watching me do that. I'm not watching her paint her nails, but she'll watch me tear apart and change the timing on the cams of a car.
Her car?
Wait.
My
Are we saying that the
My bike.
appreciation? Wait. Are we saying that the essence is moot if we benefit from it?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Aaron
I'm not
is
saying
saying
it's moot. What I'm saying is it takes away from the integrity of what we're saying, just like the biological imperative to procreate takes away from the integrity of having the discussion about liking women, because there's something else that influences the way you view it. I'm saying keep it clean and clean and segregate it from any other potential influence to impact the way you see it.
Yeah, but Aaron, where that falls apart is that it's plenty of, I don't even think most dudes would witness the birth of their child.
Say
Most
that
men
again?
don't even witness. I don't think most men witness the birth of their children at this point. Black men specifically.
That's not what we said though. We're just talking about.
Yeah, no,
is that true?
Yeah, but listen, what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying though. So that's what I'm saying. For a man to have the appreciation of and the essence of that, you can't eliminate that, because that's literally the most important aspect of a woman's essence. So you can't throw that out the window.
No, just to appreciate a woman raising children does not require you to witness the birth of the child.
Hemp.
Well, even witnessing it or not, just having an appreciation for it.
This is getting.
All I'm saying is the reason that I know men like women is because women can do the exact same thing that a man does, but will find some level of admiration if a woman does it, because it's simply a woman.
Oh, see, I think it's the opposite, Cheek. Like we actually hate how they play basketball. Like we,
but you're talking about something very.
Well, you were talking about skills earlier. That's why.
I mentioned things that are not just male dominated. I also talked about ballerina, ballet, singing. There are certain arts and things like that. If a man did, you'd be like, "Oh, that's cool." But
Majority or minority of men like ballet.
We don't care about shit.
Majority or minority of men like ballet.
Can I get y'all to
wait. It's not about liking ballet. It's about
appreciate either. We think ballet is gay.
Right. If you had a girl and you're telling me you saw her moving and learning to do all that, that wouldn't do anything for y'all? That just doesn't do nothing for you?
I got it. Cheeky brought up. Let me see. So Cheeky brought up the most important part. Men can sing, women can sing, right? Bro, I just listened to Shaka Khan last week. Shaka Khan did, I think last year she did an NPR Tiny Desk. Shaka Khan sounds like she's still in the 70s, bro. There's no matter how much I hear a man sing this on and so forth, it's not going to move me or be like, wow, that's crazy, like you said, for a woman to do it. Just think of like reaction is like, damn, she can sing, not sing, sing. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's something that men and women can do. Hold on, Aaron, to your point. It's something that men and women do both equally, but there is a certain level, a much higher level in given to the woman when she does it versus the man.
Right. It's the beauty that they bring to something that otherwise is considered to be unisex. The analogy Crimson made is when there's a masculine element and a masculine man is thriving in that element in and of itself. Not the because you can say men contribute to things that are unisex, like cooking is unisex. The best chefs are in the world are men. You know what I mean? Like that's a wash. Of course, women bring beauty to things that are unisex, but I'm talking about you want to watch a woman in a woman's environment do woman shit that have nothing to do with men at all whatsoever.
It's being belabored. It's being belabored. All right, I understand it. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, real quick before I dip. Two things. Two challenging parts of my life. One was like when I got the call that my mom had died, and like the support that I got during that time. Like, man, like it was like the comfort. Like I never needed to be comforted like that. And chances are, if that happened to y'all mom, you ain't gonna never have a situation that you need more comfort than that. You know what I'm saying? Like how she helped me navigate that situation emotionally and all that, man. Like I never forget that. And that ain't some shit you want a grown ass man to do, I guarantee you. The other thing is me having surgery, two surgeries at the end of 2023. Like I spent all last year recovering and shit like that. And having a woman there, you know what I'm saying, to help you through that, man, like that's a lot too. So just for me, like only a woman in those situations to me has value. No grown man could help me through those situations.
Okay, that makes sense. So if we, and Shy, you could jump in. I'll just if you can't benefit from it, because it seemed like that was being pushed back a bit. Although we saying it takes away from the impact of you giving her essence credit for those. I would say then the countenance of a woman. So like as an example, right? If my wife's like laying on the bed and we talking, right, in a particular way, and I do have sexual thoughts, obviously, but there's appreciation for the silhouette of a woman. If that's in essence, like, if she sitting on the edge of the bed with her elbows on her knees, you know what I'm saying? Like how we be sitting and shit. What the fuck is up with you? You know what I'm saying? But how the women move around in the earth is a thing that you can admire.
And just
That's
to clarify,
That's a great example. Countenance.
But to clarify, the point is, it's not that a man can't do it. It's just even if he were to, he could not. He couldn't. There's nothing to replace that. It's because it's a woman. Her being her is what's likable. So that's what I mean by women are liked by men. And although men may not be able to articulate it well, because I brought up points, the point was no matter what a man does, if a woman does it and you like that woman or you like women in general, you're going to admire it. I don't care if she shoots a basketball good or bad. If I like that woman, I'm gonna be like, damn, she look good. And not only does she look good, but it's something that I appreciate about her. It's just like there's and if a nigga shoot a basketball, oh, it's cool, but it's not the same. It's just I just like women. So if y'all don't understand, like that's what I'm getting at. Women can just be women and be liked and enjoyed. There are annoyances that come with it, but the same thing that come with a man too. If a woman don't like you and you cutting down a tree, you an ugly nigga cutting down a tree. That's not her man.
Avoiding absolutes doesn't make the statement true or untrue.
But not taking in consideration that women are taking in consideration the essence of something doesn't mean it discounts what I'm saying either though. Women are who they are and they are what they are, and men like that.
And Camp deliberately picked basketball as something where we know that's one of the one sports where women try to imitate men. It's a horrible job. But when you stick to track and field or even boxing, bro, watching Clarissa Shield box is phenomenal, right? Because she just does it so great. And I don't think many people find her highly attractive. But we do have different respect for her too. Going back to Layla Ali, the same thing. It wasn't more so of her beauty as in again her being dominant in a craft of men. And that, like you said, it's something that you've noticed you can pick up immediately because it's not something that is used to being a feminine trait, but the femininity is put into it. And I think again that like Cheek said originally, when a woman is doing something at a superb level, even if it's a unisex thing, we give that more admiration, we give it more attention to it because it's a woman doing it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, the one thing I want to add to this was elegance. There's one thing that we appreciate women more so is there for elegance, patience, attention to detail, all these things they do for the most part that actually grab a man's attention. You know what I'm saying? There are things that we really do like about women, but in most part, we don't have to express it. Just the feeling alone, honestly, God, that's why a lot of us up here trying to mine this thing out, trying to really tell us trying to figure out how men feel about women. Like we all said, subjective, but trying to really put that into words is like the opposite, man. The words don't got to be spoken. it should be something that's known based on how we feel about each other. And every man know how he feel about women. Now, how women feel about us, that may differ, but that's also because of how we treat them or how we express ourselves. So how's our expression versus their expression? Are we being masculine? Are they being feminine? You know what I'm saying? Are they being elegant, beautiful, and all these other things? You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it like, I see women for who they are. I see a lot of elegance. Now I see a lot of ratchetness as well, too. Again, that goes to behavior. But does that behavior really define a woman? Heck no. But in the way that how men are, do men want to be elegant? No. Do men want to be soft? No. These are all the things that we appreciate women for. These are things that we like about women. That's the opposite of us. That's what we really like.
You catch that, Cheek?
All right. Well, let me, Sean, did you
What
have
else?
something I want to
Oh,
get
yeah,
Black,
yeah.
Black Dawn? What's popping, man? Let me read these couple of super chats. You could jump in. All right. Combo Guard with the 2000s. A question like this wouldn't exist pre-feminism. NJ Profit with a $5 says, so we have to be in the same location watching women to know what we like in them. Aaron sound like the, you want to respond to
Aaron
this?
sound like the rainbow best friend who want to be involved, who want to be involved. Well, you the one talking about Fran. I mean, I think logically, Mr. Prophet.
He said, Venus for the 10 ounces. The way her body moves, the sound of her voice, her gentleness, comfort, softness, selflessness, nurturing. Y'all naming sports? Don't ever argue when we say y'all don't appreciate women. I think, Venus, you would have to get agreements on these things to then try to
Yeah, we're not going to simple y'all up here.
so if they don't agree, if we don't agree that women exude these overwhelmingly, then we still have to have the conversation. They knows what's popping. Been a member for 6 months. Says a woman is born with all the love they have to give. Men are asking for something they can only give 1 to 3 men. You probably aren't them, so get the crumbs. Yo, we at the 3-hour mark. If y'all want to extend the show, y'all know the drill. Y'all got about 10 minutes. Mr. Black Dawn, what's popping?
Doing good. Hope y'all doing great on the panel. So shit, there was a lot of things that's being said, so I'm just trying to follow the threads and see what's going on. So yeah, so what's the question that we all trying to answer right now?
Huh?
What's the question? Yeah.
Do men don't like women?
I come at, so for me, I'm just mostly indifferent towards just most women, because the thing is, if most women exudes the same feminine traits, it's like, okay, but it's not like I don't like them or I like them. You're just common. So since you're exuding the same traits like everybody else, I think it's more from a position of indifference, if that makes sense. So yeah, I know that's pretty generic, but that's kind of feel about it.
I think that's what Aaron was articulating earlier. Like, a lot of men are just generally apathetic towards women.
Yeah.
And you think that a lot of women are not apathetic towards men, generally speaking?
So just in terms of the men, I think we're apathetic, like or dislike, because like isn't absolutely dislike, right? I think apathy generally comes into play. I don't know if men see a whole lot of benefit in women aside from the physical.
Right.
Right. Because, like, for instance, I ask this question all the time, Black Dawn, if there's and this may be unfair, right? But if there's a task up ahead, Black Dawn, you have no clue what the task is. Could be mental, physical, spiritual. Who you bringing, a man or a woman?
That's a hard ass question to ask. I have no fucking idea. I'm not even trying to be difficult. Like that is.
Let me ask the question again. You have a task up ahead. It could be mental. It could be physical. Right? You don't know what the task is. You got an average man, average woman standing there. Who you bringing?
This is just basically like a flip of a coin. How am I supposed to?
Okay.
What?
Of all the things you could be required to do in life, the potentials that you're going to arrive at one is equal for all the things. Who do you think has a higher probability of being helpful, a man or a woman?
I guess I'll just go with a man. I guess if it's I'm thinking of like physical. So the first thing that comes to mind is usually like physical activity, and I know women can't do that. I guess.
Everything. It don't matter. Anything and everything.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
you
know.
said,
I can't. There's no. I can't. I'm not even trying to be difficult. I can't answer that, right? Because I know
no,
I've
no.
seen women do things that
Yeah,
men
but is
can't
it the
do, and
norm?
I've
So this is
seen
what you saying.
men.
But
Yeah, go ahead.
Black Dawn, who has more of the can't do than the other? Is it more men can't do things than women, or more women can't do things than men?
It's so from my y'all gonna hate me when I say this, but from my
It's
personal
about even
experience,
kill,
it's
bro.
pretty equal. It's equal, bro.
No,
Like
it's not equal at all.
Y'all
It's not
niggas
equal
are
at
not
all.
workable. Y'all are actually something for some
well, I mean,
time.
it's literally
Well, hold on.
50-50. That's why I'm like,
It's
shit.
it's not though. Well, it's not. We can literally quantify this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Most manual labor is done by what? We say this all the time. The world was built by who? So what are we talking about here? Come on, bro. Let's not
Okay,
do
but
this.
you
He
said
already
manual
acknowledged physically.
label. That's what I'm saying. Like you said, manual is physical,
Okay,
right?
so again, so now you're eliminating women from one of the most important aspects of life and human like existence ever. So more men can be physical and do the physical traits than women. They automatically lose that, and that's like more
Okay,
than
but
half
what if
of human existence.
that's the
That
point though?
fit.
It's half. It's 50-50. Like I don't
No,
know
no,
which
no. That's
way
more
it's
than half.
going.
No, no, no. So no, no. I'm gonna say it again. Black Dawn is more than half. So when we look at building things, that's physical. Um, infrastructure and all the shit we stuff that we see around the world. More men have built those things than the women have. Okay, then you get to the physical aspect. Let's do sports, physical, men. Let's even get to cooking, like Aaron said. The best cooks and chefs have ever been what? Men.
Y'all about to bring out
Creativity,
the
teaching,
feminist aspect. I can't
persuasion.
believe I'm about to be a feminist right now, but who's the better follower in most cases? Who's more likely to follow what you're saying based off of your
Men.
own standard, based
Men.
off of your own standards and how women are when they are who's able to follow instructions better?
Men.
Who's more
Men.
Men are.
Men. Clearly.
that's contrary to something. Hey, that's contrary to what I hear a lot of these
It's not
But
contrary.
Kiki, are we talking
Well, no,
about? Are we talking
Kiki,
about? See, we talking about problem
Kiki.
solving. If I have a problem in front of me, I don't necessarily need a. Are you talking about problem solving? We still saying that question at him as Black
if
Dawn?
we
Well, no.
the point is they say that men are the best choice for physical, mental, emotional, whatever. It's just a man. And what I'm saying is, from my encounter with men, I can't even say that's guaranteed. I can't. I'm not even trying to be funny.
But if we're trying to solve it,
The only thing I can say 100% is physical. 100% without a shadow of a doubt is physical. Everything
but
else,
if we're talking about solving a problem,
yeah,
it's not
especially these
necessarily that.
niggas. I'm telling you, it's a
But if
physical.
we're talking about solving a, go ahead.
Well,
We're not looking for 100%. That's the
But
problem.
hold on,
but
wait.
not even.
But this the third time Cheeky did this, right? So he's saying absolutely. Okay. But we're looking at probability.
Yeah,
And we
so he
look
said
at
most majority minority.
the structure in which men follow
How are y'all measuring? Okay.
the things that are predominantly structured in terms of hierarchy, men often are
Men.
involved in those things. Like as an example, you've seen examples of men following structure and hierarchy in mass more so. So where are you getting your conclusion
So
from? I guess I'm
here
asking.
we go. That's the point. I've also seen women follow the same instruction. Also,
Okay, but you ignored what I said.
I didn't ignore what you said.
I said in mass, and then you said there's some women there too.
I know I didn't say no. In mass, our society is made up of what? 50-50 what? Men and
So in mass,
wait. In mass, do we
Yeah.
agree that men and women follow and abide by a structure and hierarchy? Because most people aren't criminals. That means that they follow some type of order, some type of something in order in order for this whole thing to work. Women and men, for the most part, follow a structure and a hierarchy. The only thing that I can say that could be better is physical, honestly.
Yeah, but it's not just physical; it's also mental. And again, don't make it anecdotal. Don't personalize it. Look at it from the fact of, like you said, the stuff that you can quantify: the physical, the mental, even the arts. All these different things. Men dominate all those things. Man. Men are the best.
Even the arts, we just heard a man say that
Yes.
some of the arts is considered gay by men.
Yeah,
Yeah, but literal art, bro. Like you said, painters. The most famous ones are men.
Why?
Sculptures. What do you
Why?
mean? What do you mean? Because they were the progenitors of it. They created it. Men created art.
Because a woman couldn't do it, or because they weren't allowed.
Yeah, were they not allowed to?
Let's give women art.
Yeah, I thought.
Let's give them art. Let's give women all the art. All the art. Music, don't matter. Express art. They can have it. Now, how many other things there are you do in life?
Okay, let's do the art. Wait, hold on, wait. Now let's go to the mental. Who's got the highest suicide rate?
That's
But that
one
doesn't.
small
But
component
that
of mental.
doesn't prove. But we talking about solving a problem. That doesn't prove.
Reaper. You're going to sit here and appraise the entire mental acuity of a human being based on their rate of self-deletion?
That wasn't Reaper. That was cheeky. That was
No,
cheeky.
I know. He was
That was
trying.
cheeky.
I was cutting Aaron off. But cheeky. That doesn't prove anything because you just
wild.
you look at the.
Wait,
the
no.
highest field-
It
Go,
proves a lot, actually. But go ahead. I mean,
No, but if you talk.
No, we're talking IQ. We're talking about mental accomplishments, introduction of science, creativity, all these different things, bro. Come on, Cheeky, what are we doing, bro?
If you have 2 cars and one
When
operates-
women have equal
thought women have
opportunity to join
more-
those fields, they don't join. They don't stay in those fields.
I thought
Cheeky.
women were
So it's
graduating
not
with more degrees than men are nowadays. Like,
Yeah, that's
one more
so
bachelor's.
what? So what? But men are so the degree. So what are you saying though, Black Gun? That's been the
Hey, can
case
I ask
for
a
over
question
20
real
years.
No, I'm saying like when you give them the so I feel like this is not really a fair conversation because we're talking about like modern day, well, compared now back then to now to modern day, where women actually had the opportunity to actually engage in these things. You're starting to see a 50-50 level out, especially when it comes to like
No.
education.
Where?
No, you still
And now
don't.
we're trying to say, oh well, if you go all through a history, I mean the men were the best ones. That's because the only
Well, we
reason
can
why the
stick-
men
we
were
can
the
stick
best
to
is because
modern.
the
Who's
women were not allowed to
dominating
do
those
it.
fields? Wait, hold on,
Yeah,
hold
we
on.
can
Black
stick to
Don,
modern.
forget about the degrees. Who is still dominating those fields? You
Thank
have
you.
studies where women, when they have those degrees, they still go into nursing, they still go into things, child development. They're not
Okay.
dominating. They're not. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Even if I real quick, even if I grant you that question, right? Because medicine is extremely important and health is extremely important, right? The question that Hamp asked was, if you had a task, you didn't know who it was, who would you pick?
That's my point.
And that's like,
Yeah,
okay, well, I don't like that's impossible
I was
because
trying to
we're
Here's what you
talking
guys
about like.
Here's what you guys conflated too. You guys said, "Oh, but someone to listen to you." If I have a problem in front of me, it's not necessarily that I'm the leader. I need some competency. I need somebody that can also bring critical thinking, problem solving, and most important, don't panic. Let's be honest. If it's a woman, who's most likely gonna panic if we had the gorilla issue in front of us? It would be a
Hey, is
woman
this-
panicking.
Everybody, it's a fucking gorilla on the loose.
Who's more likely? Who's more likely, Cheeky? Be
is this
honest.
is this helping us determine? Is this helping us determine if we like women or not? I was trying to figure out what we y'all started on talking about who you going to invite. Now y'all done kind of went into a deep dive of men versus women again. I'm just wondering, is this gonna bring us back to like who
Well,
you
no,
choose?
Ham asked the question. So Ham asked the question: if you had a task, who would you pick out of the two, a man or a woman? So I mean, that's
No,
why
I get it. I just want y'all to be aware of the person who wasn't engaged, and y'all kind of going down the deep. And I was trying to make sure this was to get us back to the kind of the original. It kind of got off just a little bit.
it'll come back to it. We're working through it.
For sure,
At the
for
end of
sure.
the day, man, like for the most part, we know, man. If you don't know what the deal is, so let me make some clarity, right? If you had no idea what the task was, you say, hey, I'm gonna need you to pick one person to do some shit. I'm not gonna tell you the details or whatever. Who are you picking? Are you gonna pick a man or gonna pick a woman?
I can't answer that. I don't fucking
Even
know.
if it's 51-49.
You're crazy, yeah. 51-49. Come on, bro. You can answer the question.
That
Because more
is
likely than
kind of
not, the
off,
man,
right?
the man is gonna how? The man is gonna be able to do anything the woman does. It's gonna be a lot different. So let's look at it. There's way more things that women can't do that men can do than vice versa. Can we agree there? Can we agree there? Can we can't agree there?
Like what?
So
Give me
y'all
an
think?
example.
What do you mean like what? Well, y'all say
outside
physical.
of-
Hold up. So when you say physical isn't just
We already
lifting
conceded the
shit.
physical. We already conceded.
Okay, so that's again, like I said, that's over 51% of existence. Over 51% of your existence, brother, is physical. So if you concede that, you can see the whole argument. Like I said, when we go into arts, when we go into intelligence, when we go into planning, when we go into strategy, who are the best people at it? That's what I'm saying. Well, endurance. Hell, well, I guess endurance should be a part of the physical, right? But yeah, man, come on, what are we doing? This is like, I don't know what y'all arguing this for. Like y'all trolling, low key.
I'm not
You know what woman's greatest contribution to society is? Tomorrow. That's the one thing men can't do. We set up, build, and maintain today. Women usher in the life and raise and bring forth the people that are responsible for doing that tomorrow. So don't take that value away from them by saying that in the here and now today, they're equally as capable, when it's not true. They are tasked with more of a burden on their shoulders through children than what we got going on today. We just keep everybody fed, keep shit moving. They got to worry about the tomorrow, bro. You want to worry about the today too? You nuts?
I guess my point, and I just wanted to get to, and this is fantastic. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, labor is like the cornerstone of what our entire societies are built on, literally. What I'm saying is, in like today's like modern world, like where we're talking about like the engineers nowadays, which is not physical labor. We're not even that type of like job field or work anymore. Now you actually start to see things kind of like leveled out. Like, it isn't like you're all over building houses and working in mines all day. We don't do that anymore, man. Like
No,
that's
we definitely still you definitely still do that. I mean, especially now, house building is like the worst example you could have used. House building it now, the mines is a great point. No one mines except for hillbillies up in Montana or some shit. But if we're talking about
they
building
mine,
houses,
but they mine. Like, to say that those men still exist and they still mine. Like,
yeah,
when you go to any type of mine, it's men. When you go out on the oil rigs, it's men. We had this
men.
conversation 1,000 times, but we saying it to say what? Because physical jobs still exist. So
I know that,
And
but what I'm saying is they aren't like as
prominent.
prolific as prominent as it is when it
yes,
was
they
back then.
are. They still. So tell me something outside of like a horseshoe maker or some shit that existed 100 years ago that don't exist now. Tell me the job. Tell me the labor intensive jobs that went away over the last 100 years. Go. Tell me.
You have machines that make things less labor intensive, right? So we thoroughly understand that. Not trying to exclude that, Black Dog.
Yeah.
But even the machines that you have to use, you have to have a level of strength to be successful in using them. So, like, as an example, we have this piano dolly, right? But the piano's still 600 pounds. So the dolly gives you leverage, but you still need 3 physically strong people to be able to leverage this equipment that makes it lighter. You know what I mean?
Makes it 200 pounds.
So,
Yeah.
do we live in I forgot the other name of it. Do we live in a
dystopian society?
Do we live in? I'm not even gonna go down there. Like, do we live in a construction economy, or do we live like not construction? Do we live in a manual labor society, or do we live in a service economy right now?
Service. But that doesn't.
That's pretty much it then.
Here's the thing about the
what's the-
conversation. Maybe we're having a different conversation. It's not to disprove, but we looking at what we looking at. So to say that those things are not in mass, a lot of majority of Black men specifically work blue collar, plumbers and HVAC and electricians, right? And those jobs are very physical. I don't know if you ever seen them being done before, right? There's leverage underneath a car that you can only get. You can't get any leverage. You just got to be strong as shit.
Yeah, even
So
mechanics is service. So again, a mechanic is a service thing. So like a lot of the things you say would be service, are still going to be labor intensive.
yeah, but to your point, things have. Just to acknowledge the point, right? To be fair, right? There's several things that have allowed women an opportunity now, even just given the opportunity alone, right? Just being able to have the ability to do the thing, So we fully understand that. But if you have a task that you don't know what it is, and at the very least you know that it could be physical, and you know that a man would give you a physical advantage, then what do you do when answering the question? Right. So I just don't know if your and Chiki's response is actually as realistic as y'all trying to make it seem. That's just my stance.
I think it shows just how different we view women. That's it. You and how we view tasks, right? I think most
how do you view
tasks.
women?
Huh?
How do you view women?
What do you mean?
You said how differently we view them. How do you view them?
So the initial point that I think you're making is not knowing what is going on, a man would be better for the functionality of life or help or aid, right?
The task, right? Just because it
Functional, like that's what I'm saying. You're
probability is
functionally
50% it could be physical. That's
what I'm saying is and aside from that, I don't my thinking is in most tasks, especially physically, I don't need most help. I just don't. I can do it most often by myself. I can. In most physical tasks, how many plumbers have you seen underneath the sink? How many mechanics have you
Yeah.
seen? How many mechanics have you seen underneath the car? What I'm saying is, in most cases, I think I can handle the physical aspect. The other part where it was the mental, the emotional, those are the parts that we don't talk about. That is annoying, right? And it's a 50-50 shot.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
but
nah,
the question when you do that, the question comes with the presupposition that you have whatever this is will require you to need another person, whatever it is. It's going to exceed your ability to perform at your whatever this is.
exactly
It's going
by
to exceed your
yourself.
ability.
And I think if I need the help, she will, and I'll be able to get it done. Right? It's the other aspects. We are hyper focused on the physical. We are hyper focused on the physical because that's what we're
Okay.
used to
So
bringing
here's
up. But
the-
so how about this? How about this? Wait, how about this? Let me ask a different question.
It's not
Maybe get a
no, because it's not a hyper focus, right? We're looking at the advantage.
Okay,
and then
fine.
now let me ask you a clarifying question.
Yes.
Are
go
you
ahead.
saying that women have an absolute advantage in the other categories?
No, I don't know. I can't say they have an absolute advantage.
Now, can you say, because we just said average man, average women, right?
Right.
So now, can you say that the man has an absolute advantage
In the physical? Yes, I
And so
can.
cheeky. So when we're using logic, we're saying if the advantages are possibly the same in the other categories, but he has a distinct advantage in this category, who
And
are
we
you going to
don't-
bring with you to be more successful?
So, but
I
there's
just don't see how your answer is
okay. So
either one.
here's the other probability. You said the task is unknown, but you gave me 4 options. Only one of those options, it's a 25% chance that it could be physical. The other 3, I do think women may be better at. I can look at this
Well,
statistically
I
and say
just
that.
asked you. So what do you think women have an
So
advantage
as
in?
far as the emotionally, I think so. Yes. When it comes to mentally, I think so. Yes.
How though? So quantify the mental part. That's what I'm keep because you definitely missed me.
The mental part, and for me, I'm using statistical things. Right? There's
Okay.
something where men mentally are going through something and they don't know how to handle it. For whatever reason, men's suicide rate is skyrocketing and women's
Okay.
suicide rate is not.
No, stop.
When it comes
So this is where
let me finish. You
okay,
asked
okay.
me why. I'm giving you the explanation for both. When it comes to emotionalism or understand emotions, honestly, it's a lot. Sometimes it's much more easier to talk to a woman than it is a man because they don't.
Sometimes the minority of the time.
Majority. I say majority.
I would say majority. I would say majority because of what is required if you're going to be emotional. If you're going to be emotional and you're going to be able to tap into the side that needs to be tapped into, it's a lot harder for men not to logicalize or make intelligence the primary focus when it comes to emotion, which is why women have a harder time talking to men and why men have a harder time talking to men as well. I think we can get a lot more accomplished on an emotional conversation if that's the goal of the conversation.
So the problem with the first thing, mental, is a horrible example of using suicide. For one, again, yeah, men commit more suicides than women do, but women, oh, my bad, self deletions, right? Self deletions. So men may commit more self deletions than women do, but women have far more attempts, bro. Far more attempts. It's just the fact of the matter because we're men, the way you choose about going about it is more effective. So no, you can't say just because one does it is more successful when you have the other one that it's a wash. You literally you pretty much end up with a wash on those. Because even though the men are more successful at it, there are more women attempting. Okay, a lot more. Now we get to the emotional aspect of it. Okay, so what's the chances of you having an emotional task? For the most part, like let's just say it even is emotional, right? Um, a woman being more emotionally capable doesn't. Because now I'm gonna go to the stats and I'm gonna talk about what? I'm gonna talk about who's on the most antidepressants by far. Women are the only most antidepressants. So no. So we're gonna use the stats. You're gonna lose there too. So no. What we're talking about, and it wasn't a 4-way question. It was a 2 question. It was a man or woman. You don't know what the task may be. The task could be physical. It could be mental. It could be emotional. It could be who. It could be magic. Who fucking knows? I don't know. At the end of the day, when you match up men to women, okay, men are better at everything. If you go down all the categories you can pull up, I promise you, at least 75% of those answers are gonna be men. The smartest, the strongest, the fastest, the best hell, the best negotiator, the best strategist. All those things are gonna be men, bro. So that's why I'm not understanding why you guys are trying to like, it's even.
And
No,
that's
it's
why I
not.
said
It's
that
not even.
that's why I said there's a difference, because on average, statistics will always say it's a 50-50%. When it comes to intelligence, when it comes to emotion, well, not emotional, it actually says most of the women are better, but intelligence is a 50-50 chance. The smartest man, the smartest woman are not off by 30,000 IQ points. They're on the same end of the bell curve.
The usually the top 10 people, smartest people in the world, Cheeky, are men historically.
And what I'm telling you is, if you look at the top 10
Average.
smartest women, or on average, men and women don't differ in IQ. They don't.
Yeah, but then now you have to go to the quantity of them. So if you only have 10 women and then you have 100 men, what does that tell you? Intelligence is more prevalent in the men.
No, that is not what it tells you. Because on average,
It does.
if he said, Hamp just said on average for a reason. He said just generally speaking, men and women have the same level of intelligence. If we're using some type of metric, whether it be a college degree or something else, men are falling lower. So how do you measure that? My point is, on average, men and women
Education is
aren't that.
intelligence.
On average, okay, better testers, because women tend to be better testers than men. When it comes down to intelligence, on average, men and women are the same. When it comes down to emotionalism and being able to handle emotions, statistically speaking, or based on studies, women tend to be better. Now, when it comes to physical,
On
that's not a question. It's not even a
Yeah,
question.
but on average, men, I'm pretty sure on average, men are 10 plus IQ points higher than women. I'm pretty
No,
sure, brother.
I've looked this up on stream. No, it is not 10 plus. I'll look it up
I,
again right now. It is
I
not 10
thought
plus.
women are also like better like when it comes to like socializing and intermingling with other people. I thought
No,
women were. Is
the
that not
best
true?
salesmen, the best salesmen are men.
I'm talking about specifically. Maybe I don't know. Cheeky can kind of like correct me if I'm wrong or not. But when we're talking about socializing, women are more likely to sort of like socialize and seek like third party like interactions than men are. Am I just making it up or?
Hey, Hemp, I wanted to add something to the conversation. Still on topic though. I wanted to say that for the most part, like as we're doing this conversation, I realize we are starting to compare ourselves to women, and that might honestly come off to like why men don't like women. I concluded this only because I feel like when men talk to other men, when we want to shame each other, we compare ourselves to a woman. You say, "Oh, you acting like a bitch. Why don't you man stop being so soft?" So we talk about the woman's nature in negative context when we talk to other men as an insult. Now, how do you think that's going to make women feel when you hear this? Because on the flip side, women are not saying things that are masculine to insult another woman in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not really coming at each other the way that men come at each other in a feminine sense. And Reaper, if you do have seriously, if you do have something to say, I have no problem. You can rebut it. But I'm not hearing overwhelmingly women shaming themselves for acting like men. I don't see it like that. Most of the time, it's men talking about how you're acting like a bitch, how you're being soft, and all this stuff like that. And it brings negative connotation to the woman ultimately. I'm not seeing it the other way around.
Oh, so his point is the fact that we insult each other with feminine behavior and traits shows how much we devalue or don't like women, essentially.
Yes.
Go ahead, Reaper.
I just think it's when I hear like, "Yo, stop being a pussy," excuse my language. I think there's context to it. Like if there's a fight or if it calls for being masculine, whatever. I think that's where you hear it the most. But yeah, I mean, I agree somewhat, but yeah, I don't think it's because we hate women. I just think it's like the context of it is like, yo,
So
stop
I
being
don't
a
want to say
pussy.
hate. I don't want to get the word hate. That's
Or
not saying.
dislike, dislike. I'm sorry, dislike. I apologize. Dislike or
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like.
Well, not even dislike, unlike. Remember, opposite. Things that are opposite are unlike each other. So
Answer his
we're
question.
unlike women.
Or
We're trying to figure out what we find
rebut. You have a
likable.
rebuttal?
My bad. Hemp.
Well, I'm just asking, does he have a rebuttal? Because I think the rebuttal is kind of obvious. So you'll have women in the same breath applaud each other for being the man and the woman in a child's life. And when they take on masculine traits, it's often seen as positive. So when they absorb the traits to be successful in the earth, and they have to become disagreeable and protect themselves and et cetera, those things are seen as positive for them, right? So masculine traits are seen as positive when they attach them to one another. So it's just not used the same way. They don't see it the same way. That would be my response, Marvelous.
And that sounds accurate. It's 1,000% right. I got nothing else to add to that, but that's for true.
Yeah, and I think it's just different how we see that shit. You know what I mean? Like
Hey,
for
Ham,
her, go ahead, Sean. I was done. I was talking to him. Go ahead.
I just wanted, because that's kind of how I started off. I said I genuinely believe, like, in the world, men actually like women, but I don't think we do a good job of articulating that when we have these discussions. Even now, you saw how fast we were able to start to kind of we went straight to the comparison, and I think giving men some grace, because they talk about like men not having emotive language. We're not good at we're not good at saying certain things and having an understanding of certain words. I don't think it's an indicator that we don't like women. But I don't think we do a good job, particularly online, expressing that. And I think we can find a way to improve on it. But I don't think that means we don't like women. So that's kind of where I'm still at. Like I'm accepting if what it looks like we don't like women, I can accept that because I listen this way everyone else listens. And I can see how somebody could think men don't like women, particularly when we having these conversations, trying to mind out our issues with women. I see that. But in the world, when I see how men move, I don't see men just moving because some pussy involved. I see men still stepping in for women in all different types of functions, women in their life, women not in their life. So that's why I think maybe we can kind of, we're not trying to control where the conversation goes, but kind of accept amongst each other that, maybe we don't do a good job of showing what we're saying to be true. We don't do a good job of showing it. And we're on the internet talking about it. So that's why I'm addressing the internet part.
Shaw, when I'm reading a statement, I don't think the majority of us really like them.
Okay, you disagree with what I'm saying? Okay,
like I'm not even disagreeing. I'm just saying if I just answer your question, you know, like I don't. Right? They have to have it. The majority of our us tying to them is obviously relatives. You know, that's why I kind of want to throw that out. But it's the utility of her. Right. I think men mess up when they got a woman that has no utility, when she can't be applied as an asset. And then he wonder why he having such a hard time. You know, but oftentimes they'll look at us for what we contribute to their lives.
Right.
We sitting here talking about, oh, she beautiful. Shut up, stupid nigga. That can't be the only reason why you with her. Niggas been telling you that dumb shit for too long.
All right.
You know, so I think we just gotta be honest. Now, the one that we do like, and I'm kind of saying one or two that we do like, we like her. We definitely fucking like her. And she show us she like us too by doing this shit, or at least trying to understand the shit that we enjoy. Right. And that's what causes us to like her, or should. And that's the one that's sustainable.
So, all right, I'm with the Ham. So in this case, what's the expectation? Like you said, we like the 2 or 3 women that's in our world. What we supposed to be? We supposed to like all? Like what's the expectation to prove that we like women? You saying that in our life we find 2 or 3 that we like, and you saying outside of a wife or something, right? Are you saying, or your wife is including that 3?
Even I was thinking more like the one you with, but even outside of your wife, it's a few.
Right. So if all of us have a few women that we like, whatever we define it like as, then like what's the issue?
No, this is my take. I'm just reading it like, yo, I just remember coming up like, yo, if there wasn't a possibility for cheeks, niggas ain't going. If you found out there was a party, it's 60 women there, and you know all 60 either abstaining or celibate, niggas ain't going to that party. We wasn't just hanging, or at least if we hung, there was an opportunity to close for the majority of men. Right. And so when you take away the opportunity of vagina, do we frequent around women? I think the answer is most likely not.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I didn't hear that right. So you're saying there's a party and there's 60 women. A man won't go there if he knows for a fact he ain't getting pussy.
There's not even an opportunity. So if all the women are abstaining or celibate.
Yeah.
Right? And so he said niggas going to that party. Overwhelming majority are not going to that party.
I don't know about that, Ham.
You don't think they gonna party with the nuns?
Not going to, exactly. Cheat. They not going to party with no nuns,
They
bro.
not partying with the nuns, dog.
Yeah, and it
No,
just
I
is.
know, but it's
if you heard there's a college campus party and it's all full of nuns, like legit nuns, like nuns, and we know it's nuns.
Nigga need to call in a
Y'all may be right.
I might back in my day, Cheat. I might call in a bomb threat to that party, nigga.
Maybe to blow this shit.
Damn,
wait a minute, wait.
No,
wait,
he said bomb threat, not bomb the place. To get him to disperse. He don't.
Bomb threat, not actually blowing.
Yeah, he didn't say bomb the joint, Cheeky. Damn. He said call in a threat, get him to disperse.
Bomb threat.
No, what I'm saying is like, but I'm listening to what Happy's saying.
Like if Aaron call a bomb threat to a wig store, I get it. You know what I mean? Niggas Go ahead, Cheek. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, now I can even do that. It's gonna be the water bouncing. I was saying, you tell women it's a whole bunch of 5'3" niggas and they all make 35,000. They ain't going either. Like, what are you talking about? That's human nature. I don't know.
5 and 3 is gonna be their hated number.
Oh no, they ain't going either.
Well, the reason why I question it is just like I've seen niggas like they be going. I guess it's more like because they think that there's like some slight hope they'll get it. I guess that doesn't make sense. But I've seen niggas that like go out, like try to go to parties and shit. It's like, bro, you ain't getting them.
You avoid an absolute. You've seen majority minority.
Yeah,
we get it, bro. You know, majority motherfuckers ain't going, bro.
I don't even think it's a man woman thing. I
don't think so either.
Well, so now that's a part. So that's a part. Okay. We're gonna extend the show. We're gonna have to. Cause I just wanted to be 100% honest, bro. Like, what do we see? Like, if we just kicking it, right? If I'm just kicking it, if I was, single, I call my man. I'm like, yo, let's go out. Let's go. Let's watch the game. Like, I usually call my mans in them. I'm not calling my female friends, right? It's just a different dynamic, So
who can you relate to more? Who's funnier? Who can you be readily yourself and more open with? Who are you going to share common interests with? In the case of competition, who's going to be a better equal, a more equal match? And that's not just physically, right? Like when you go to play golf and just shoot the shit and tell jokes, right? Have a cigar on the golf course, go back and have some, you know what I mean? Just this kind of thing. Forget about all the other quid pro quo. Just you going out to just be you, and you want to take a with you to just shit. You do what? Niggas
are Then when you go out with your female friends, keep it tall. Do they help pay?
Start right there.
They help get bit.
It depends. It depends. Help. It depends for me. It depends.
You see an American Psycho when the bill came? 5 American Express.
No, y'all people friends, right?
Yo.
So when the fellas go out, the bill comes, it's 3 cards on the
You got female friends. For real, man. They help a lot. All right, like I don't know what the fuck y'all talking. Y'all not using them right. Okay, y'all are fucking up. That's all I'm saying. I ain't got nothing else to say.
Hey, boy, that pep hand ain't strong enough for y'all saying no.
It's fantastic about the board. Go ahead. What's up, man?
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, bro. Look, there's a lot of stuff in there deeper than just, men are going to congregate with men before they congregate with women. Women are going to congregate with women before they congregate with men. You can't vilify men again for the way you're built, bro. Again, most men are going to deal with women on the up and up. And the thing about it, you don't mention that even there are some cases, I'm pretty sure there have been some cases where, hey, you may have had, some attractiveness or interest in a female, and it's just like the shit never really turned into nothing, and y'all cool. So no, I still say at the end of the day, men definitely like women. Okay, most men like, you know what I mean, when it comes to it, but it's just a case by case basis. You can't blame men for not liking something that's being deplorable or being just purposely fucking what's the name, man. I'm just saying it's just crazy. You can't do that.
And so nobody's emphatically like blaming. We just looking at I think it's kind of obvious. I ain't
Me
gonna
too.
lie. I got a diabolical story for y'all. My man's right. This girl, I think I told her before. She set herself on fire and all that. Boom, right?
Nah, this is a new story, brother. This is
What the fuck?
So she set herself on fire, right?
What type of
So
opening?
that ass. So
Oh,
we
Yeah, but
deliberately. Yeah,
you just opened
deliberately
with
was
that. Yeah, so I had a friend. She just burned herself alive.
no,
You know?
she wasn't my friend. My friend. I'm about to get to my friend. The girl set herself on fire. All right. So we sitting at the crib like, damn, such and such set herself on fire. So my man is kind of quiet. Niggas like, damn, you know how niggas like, damn, son, shit crazy. My man said, yo,
No one's calling 911.
I'm definitely no, she already passed. He's like, yo, I'm definitely going to that funeral, bro. He like, why? He's like, nigga, you know how many bitches gonna be there? This is niggas, bro. This is niggas.
Damn, that ain't come on.
Why y'all laughing? Why y'all laughing?
That's some
Why y'all
scumbag
laughing?
shit.
Why y'all
Hold on,
laughing?
I'm laughing.
That is
First of all, I laugh when she
Y'all
set
ain't
herself on
shit for
fire
laughing.
because that's just
Bro,
my
that's
brain. My bad.
wild. I'm
Hell made that
laughing
up,
at
man.
bro,
Hell
no.
made that up, bro.
Everybody,
Hell made that up.
I'm laughing at the
Hey,
I'm laughing at the sheer absurdity of what the fuck. Like,
right.
oh yeah, I'll get some more
Do you
bitches from a
see?
burnt girl's corpse.
All of y'all are laughing. If this was a panel of women, they'll be pissed. There'll be crickets
Shit.
up here.
Stop,
We
Wait, no,
laughing at
stop,
something
stop,
at
stop.
the
We done
event. We
heard the
laughing
story.
at we
A
laughing
girl
at the
done cut off
reality
a
of
man's penis and put it in the drainer, and they
Aaron, stop.
Lorena
Come
Bobbitt.
on,
Remember Lorena Bobbitt? They were having all them TV shows parading around and celebrating the guy. I don't give a shit. That story was funny. Rest in peace to the lady. That story is funny. Niggas ain't shit. Niggas will go to remember the women walks they're having in DC? I know niggas from my school who went there who didn't give two shits about feminism and none of that shit. And they were just bagging women. So they went to the bottom of the bottom, but that's reality. Let's be honest. Niggas always, I thought he was gonna say, yo, did she look good? I thought that's what the niggas gonna say. I didn't know they were like, yo, let's go to a funeral.
Yeah. Yeah, in context, we're not laughing at the woman getting burnt though. We're laughing at the
Yeah,
fact
that's
that
Right,
sad, man.
right. You know how crazy the story was. We gotta come on,
So
man.
fucking absurd. Like,
Oh,
I'm
Hey, I'm
laughing because
glad.
I
I'm
found.
glad I went up here when y'all did whatever y'all did. I'm glad I was out on the fence, brother.
Oh, real shit, bro. Niggas, yo. And you know it's mad niggas in the room. Niggas just feel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just so you can verify. When my man Ron up here again, I'm gonna ask him. You see?
oh man,
Hey,
that's
look, I need
terrible.
y'all to reconcile something for me. My signal going in and out, so I hope y'all can hear me. I
Yeah, we hear you.
don't. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear
yeah,
you. We hear
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Oh, my bad. My signal kind of going in and out. Look, I thought we said that most men in the world don't have access to women.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay, so do we think it's possible that their reality is different from ours, and we speaking from a place of privilege, being cool niggas and shit like that? You know what I'm saying? Niggas that like these band geeks and shit like that, man. Most of their friends is everybody's platonic with them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, like, really think about that. Seriously, like everybody's platonic, nigga. Like they were born in the friend zone. You know what I'm saying? If you really think about it, I think it's way more of them than it is us.
Yo, you know what's ill though? You have movements that speak against that, right? So you had a movement like the incel, the black pill, save yourself. What's the MYM, SB? I don't know all the acronyms, but you got
Yeah,
these.
save yourself, black man. SYSBM.
This shit happening. I'm not gonna say in mass, but in droves of men now speaking out like, "Yo, I'm an ugly nigga. Fuck it." Is he anybody friend? And then they trying to put that jacket. And I think it's I don't think it's a jacket that should be put on the incel community. But for some reason, every one of these white boys who do some wild shit at their schools or they getting called incels and shit like that. Because I think there's one dude who was like saying women don't like him, and then he started to shoot. I think last name Rogers, if y'all look him up. I just don't want to say his whole name. So, it just But you just had that shit, Sean. So I'm not saying Sean wrong, but you see with the internet, you get exposed to a lot more different, like, types of ideologies, I guess.
Yeah.
Now,
They just kind of like people that are required to make the best of the situation, like it.
Have you remember a few shows ago I said that like it gets to a point in a man's life where he starts to appreciate those things about women that usually aggravate us? You remember we was having that conversation?
Say that last part again.
I know you have a lot of shows where we would talk. I forgot what the subject was about, but I said that men get to a certain point. Not all men, but you have to get to a certain point as a man with those things that make women different than us. You have to appreciate it.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Right, and so I'm thinking about that as we kind of having this conversation, because I would definitely say men who have been in long-term relationships with women get to that point where it's not as much as a nuisance as it would be for a man who's still trying to get a woman to conform to his way of doing things. I'm still stuck on the fact that like I just really feel like most men like women, and I think human nature makes both men and women act a certain way towards certain things. And just for a second, if I could make an analogy, that's why like women don't like short guys, because they associate masculinity with protection, and they don't think a shorter man can protect them. So does that mean they don't actually like men because they can't utilize a short man for protection? I don't know if I look at it that way, but it could be argued. It's kind of similar to what they saying about us. If we can't use them, we don't like them. But like we just said, the men that aren't the upper echelon or whatever, they get a certain type of treatment too. So I think it's more of a human nature thing. I don't see women just being these.
But one thing you argued that I think was scuffing your Timbs a little bit. Is motherfuckers think they deserve. So now what's your outlook if you think you deserve a woman? You supposed to have access. Why him and not you?
Right.
See, that mindset will cause you to dislike the thing you think you deserve. And so are those men walking around moving in the earth as though I should have a woman, women should like me, I got money and all this shit now. But they said it a million times, money don't unlame a lame, even though the lame think different. So I'm considering it. I'm just retorting it for the sake of the conversation.
I got you.
Whatever.
Yeah, but
just real quick. And Sue told a married man on the panel. I just think that we may be focusing way too much on liking women when it seems like you look at some of your parents or some of your grandparents and their parents who stayed together. I know it's different context, but I don't think a lot of those people liked each other at a certain point. I think some of that like went away, but they loved each other. They had they had children, and they saw the bigger picture of building a family and staying together, right, for the sake of family, generation, or whatever. And I think that too many times nowadays we don't think about I don't say compatibility, but being complementary, building a family. I think we care too much about, do I like this person? Do I like everything about them? Right. And that's probably why I have a lot of divorces, people who aren't staying together, not going through the thick of things, excuse me, pause. Right. So I don't know. When I look at my parents, I look at my grandparents.
Overemphasizing on like.
On like, yeah.
Okay. Jeez Louise, baby boy.
Well, I mean, it's kind of.
Why you always doing this, man?
I mean,
son, these dumbass Kojak shades, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah.
I try to be insightful, man. Fuck this nigga, yo. Hurry up this conversation so I can fucking incite this nigga, yo. Fuck out of here. Now you want war? You want war, nigga? You want war, nigga? Nah, I'm joking. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this and get up out of here, man. Listen, bro. At the end of the day, men definitely like women. I just think, like you said, for the most part, the situation for a man is far more crucial, and for him to be more attentive to this whole situation, because he's gonna be. You guys just said it, right? If all the dudes and the homegirls go out, the nigga is expected to pick the tab up. The man is always expected to be the giving one. You always, as a man, are gonna be a provider, even in friendship situations. So if a man is gonna deal with a plethora of women, he would like to be getting the benefit back, and the only good benefit he can really get back is sexual access. Women aren't gonna pay for things like men pay for things. HAMP, you talk about it all the time. You say your wife got what $3,000 coat rack, hat rack, right, in the living room, right, and you married. So again, it's safer for you because your shit is steady. So now imagine being a single man and you're out here and you're dealing with women. Well, if you know every woman I deal with is going to expect me to be, well, I'm going to limit it to the one that's going to give me something back. And there's nothing evil or nothing bad about that. Again, it's just the way the world works, man. Again, the whole world is quid pro quo. Everybody is a give something to get something, and men are in a position where they're expected to give. So, it's what it is.
Just gems with the 2000s is not true, Shaw. Black women don't like men shorter than they are.
That's not true.
That ain't true either. That ain't true.
Just gems with the 2000s. Why would a woman speak out that they have no one? They be saying it. Marcus with the $10 says, fam, let's cut the shit. Most men don't like most women, and most women don't like most men. Most people are not likable to begin with. I like the woman in my life. I value the woman who value and love me. Aaron with the $5 says, if I go to a Super Bowl party and no chicks there, I'm out. And yes, my female friends do help pay. Absolutely. Well, you know you got all the outlier shit in the world going for you, baby boy. His son learned Spanish, Chinese, and English. So, and Al been a member for 9 months says most men like women. Most straight men would rather chill with women than a bunch of hard legs. Let's be real. The whole mood changes with all men versus women around. It doesn't matter why we like women. We like them nonetheless. Salute AL in the building. Siobhan with the $5 says, as a woman, I understand and accept that men are better. God created this dynamic. Women are more valuable when we are in our femininity. Vet Life was popping. Vet with the $10 says, salute, fellas. Great conversation, everyone. Cheeky and Black Dawn. Y'all keep mentioning modern this, modern that. If this shit collapsed, who would be tasked with building it back up? It's not even close. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Hello, how y'all doing?
What's poppin'?
I just came up here to, live in my glory because I was right. I'd like to point out the fact that I've been saying men don't like women, but you only wanted to make a show about it after a man said it.
She wanted to take a victory lap.
We actually had whole shows where you were able to say it because the platform was allowed based on.
I just feel like I didn't get my face on a screen and
Your face is on the
Your
face is on the
all of
thumbnail.
this big thing into Ace metaphor.
Her face on the thumbnail.
I said when I first said it, you waited until Ace Metaphor watched one of our shows and repeated it.
It's just crazy how
this nigga
the
show.
face on the thumbnail, because I was like, really, find the clip where you said it first.
I know, but I said it so many times. It was a lot of footage going through, and I was doing
And
it
then,
at 2 speed.
Aaron, who brought this topic, Aaron?
What, that we talking about right now?
Yeah. No. Who brought this topic up in our group chat?
Oh, you did.
Mr. Fantastic.
Men not liking women?
Fantastic.
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic. He's like, this is what's popular.
What happened to Reaper? You dropped him for good, or he fell off?
He dropped him for good now. Reaper left.
Oh, you're right.
Because Reaper definitely was
My
up
bad.
here saying that niggas ain't shit, and none of y'all challenged it, and I clipped it. Okay, somebody clipped it for me in the chat. So I just want y'all to know that I have that. Y'all do not like women. The majority of y'all. Y'all had misogynists up here. Niggas that hate women.
Who hate women, you think?
CJ. Reaper too.
Who else hates women?
That's it for that was up here. For us, who was up here today. Y'all really impressed me because I mean, y'all really built the case for why y'all not evolved today. Y'all built the case why y'all ain't shit today. And y'all built a wonderful case on how y'all don't like women. I mean, 3 topics that I just been arguing, and it's like today y'all just prove. I just let y'all sit up here by yourselves and talk. I'm gonna take a shot. It's beautiful because I was right, and I know I was. Y'all try to make it seem like I was hurt, but no, I was just right. It's a beautiful day.
I don't know if it made a case for everything, but the liking women part, when you remove vagina, it really is hard to quantify.
That's crazy because they be like, how are we gonna like women and we can't benefit from them? You like LeBron? You got his picture on your wall. You wear the nigga jersey. You like other men that you don't want to have sex with. You see how you are capable of liking other men and admiring other men? Why don't you feel that same way about women who you can't have sex with?
So actually, right? So Cheeky named. So like we like Clarissa Shields. We like Venus Williams. We like Serena Williams. We respect the talent. That's the point.
You like your partner too.
That's the point that Cheeky made.
You like your homeboys too.
No, but you said like in that facet. It's a little bit different considering we also like Serena.
I don't think y'all really like Serena. I think y'all think Serena have a big booty. Y'all would still smash Serena. What I'm saying is those women, y'all would still have sex with them. Even Clarissa.
Have you seen Clarissa Shields?
Clarissa got that poof.
But you would argue that she wouldn't be historically stereotypically beautiful. But men respect what she does. We respect how she fights.
Yeah, y'all still smash.
So smash, are you saying what does that mean?
Y'all would still have sex with her.
You saying that's the reason why we like her, or you saying independently we would have sex with her?
Yeah.
No.
That's the reason why I like her.
I think your points were stronger, but just to say we like Clarissa Shields because we want to have sex with her, we would have.
Yeah. And I think y'all do like try to make this thing like it's a woman has to look a certain way to get sex, and then like I said, ugly keeps regenerating. If it was only beautiful women having sex, I don't think a lot of y'all would look the way y'all look. Apparently,
100%.
coming from somewhere.
I think the
y'all look like y'all.
Some of us have disabilities.
You have a disability, not the rest of them.
Well, I think that we like how Clarissa fights. I don't think men want to have sex with her. That's the reason why they like her.
Would y'all wouldn't have sex with Clarissa?
No. She looked like a cellmate.
Gabrielle Sidibe is married with kids.
I don't know who that is.
Who's that? Who's that?
Precious.
I don't understand the point.
It's a white man.
Precious.
I don't understand the point. It's somebody for everybody. I don't understand the point.
Men are men. Okay. We ain't going through 6 degrees of separation today.
What?
Y'all impressed me today though.
Flavor Flav had like 10 chicks in line to fall in love with him too, right?
Women like attention.
I know.
So, Sherelle, is it safe if it's safe to articulate that without utility from the opposite sex, we don't like them? You dealing with a man that can't do nothing for you? Not you, but just generally like women,
Yeah, I think that women actually do like men. Just in general. I think that's why they're so stupid, honestly. It's like
you said women are stupid.
It's like like women are like sheep to slaughter because they actually intrinsically like and love men. Something that's never gonna return that 9 times out of 10.
Wouldn't that make you a misogynist instead of CJ? Like,
I don't hate women. I just can't understand our
just think they're
disabilities.
stupid idiots lamb the slaughter.
No, I just think that it's one of our
it's
one of our disabilities. We love men. It's a disability for us.
So women are retarded now. They just say
no. You're messing up the whole thing.
It literally cripples us.
Yeah, but men aren't men crippled by their. Are you saying like desire because men can't control their lower loins for women? So
that
like that.
That would smash a hole in the wall. It's called glory.
But it's stupid though. So stupid though.
That's
right?
gay too.
So I don't know if what you're exacting is stupidity that's different for men and women.
Well, Hamp, let me help her break it down. What she's saying is, for the most part, because women will go by how they feel versus what they know. That's just being stupid. And same thing can be said about men. That's exactly what stupidity is. It's going against what you actually know. And women know men, but they'll still do things because of how they feel. And same thing with men. Same shit.
I pray for women. I pray for women every day fucking on niggas that hate them. Like CJ girlfriend. She need an exorcism.
Well, she ain't here right now. But...
I'm just saying. I pray for that woman every day. clearly, like that should be messing with your whole emotional, mental stability.
Sure, why you do that?
But that's one man. That's one. That's one very,
There's
very
plenty women having sex with men that hate them.
And there's plenty of women that are with men that hate, or with men and they hate them too.
No woman is with a man she hates.
Then what? You see,
No woman.
and this is where we start seeing that, comparatively speaking, delusion spans across time, space, and gender. Like men are delusional.
Cheeky, you was doing really bad today. Okay?
Damn.
Really bad how? I told the truth.
You started fighting back toward the end, but the chat has spoken, and earlier today we was like, where's the real Kiki? We was looking for you. You was a little absent.
The chat, don't bring up the chat. If you want to talk about retards, let the chat stay with the chat at. There's a reason why HAMP has put that shit away, because he needs to keep all his brain cells and look at the private chat too. There's a reason why we can't see what them niggas are saying, because they stupid. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna maintain a conversation with people on the panel who are smart enough to come up here, with the exception of some people. Not gonna say their names, but what we're gonna do is not use the chat as a reference for anything. Because if I've learned anything for these long 2 years of being on the internet in COVID time, y'all retarded. Like something's mentally off. Y'all don't belong on the internet or alive, really. But you know, your mom and dad did a good job.
I think your mic is going retarded. That's kind of
all right. So let's not use the chat. All right, y'all niggas are stupid. What we're gonna do is have a conversation though. So I think what we need to do.
Your mic is bugging.
I think what we need. Huh? My mic bugging?
Your mic is bugging. Yeah.
Is it his mic?
Somebody's
my mic bugging?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
It's
Damn
like
chat.
it's like somebody like knocking into it. Everybody mute for a second. Check. Yeah, gee, I don't know why it was like going back and forth and back. I don't know if should we dedicate a whole show to like the other side of women don't like men.
I just want to focus on Sherelle saying women are mentally disabled. Like I think that show.
It's not good enough because women are obsessed with me. They want to be y'all. They want to shrink themselves down and become part of who y'all are. Like, what are y'all always saying about women? They're mad. They want to be y'all. They admire y'all. They love y'all. They exist for y'all. Pretty much everything they do is for y'all.
Hey, Sherelle, I have a question.
And then y'all move the goalposts around.
Well, I don't share the sentiments of Cheeky regarding the chat. I like the chat.
Me too. Chat lives matter.
I think you guys actually help the show, especially with like if I'm on by myself going back and forth with the chat.
Gotta keep the super chats coming.
Y'all have
we love y'all chat.
Hey, Sherelle, question.
W chat.
I'm like
W chat. We gotta support the autistic kids. I'm one of them. I'm not mad at you. I ain't say I wasn't retarded. I'm just saying y'all are too.
Shit, Reaper's
I'm
back.
having good back and forth with the chat. Like when I actually look
Reaper,
at it.
I clipped your saying niggas ain't shit.
Reaper came back with the smoke.
You ain't gonna be able to take it back.
So, Sherelle, question for you. For women, right? I'm trying to figure this out.
Now we about to do a whataboutism. That's what y'all did me Wednesday.
No, this ain't whataboutism. I was having a question for you particularly. I was gonna say, like,
fine. Love you, baby. Love you too, Quentin.
I was gonna say, do you think women are reading chat right now? My bad.
Oh, I thought I was supposed to read that one too.
Who do I hate? I love everybody.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Sherelle, do you think that women have a problem with men in general trying to define them in some capacity? Like trying to say what a woman is, what a woman does, or what a woman should do. Do you think that irks women for the most part?
Yeah, because women are not a monolith, right?
Yeah.
And you just, group us all in together.
And I get that sentiment, but also I see that men have to be grouped in a certain way when we talked about men. And when we get grouped in it, we don't mind it. We'll take it, whatever it is, and we'll try to adjust to how it is. But when we have considerations about women, it seems like, no, just do what I'll take consideration what you're saying, but I don't want to hear it really. Like I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to do that. I want to do things my way in a sense. And it's like, okay, well, we'll let you be how you want to be and stuff. And then when we give you guys feedback, it's like not trying to make you feel bad. But I think what the problem is that men don't necessarily highlight the positive things as much. It's like when good things happen, like, even with the news, good things happen all around the world, but no one's highlighting it. They only highlight the bad news. So with women, that's all they're hearing a lot. It's like, that's my opinion, just thinking about it in real time. It's like, I don't think women are just hearing the good things that, for the most part. And that's why when you have something to say, it sounds like all we have to do is say something bad, only bad things about women all the time. Like we hating on women, but we don't really hate women at all. It's just that, again,
I wouldn't say y'all hate them. I just don't think y'all like them, like intrinsically from who they are. The things that make women women, like when we're not around y'all, when we're in our natural element, the stuff that we like to do that just makes us happy, that does not benefit you at all. Y'all have no concern for that at all.
But do you feel where I'm coming from when I said we put more energy into the negative when it comes to women than we do in the positive?
Yeah, y'all definitely put more energy into the negative.
And that's where I'm hitting that. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's really coming off like the whole thing. Like, that's how I see it, the relationship between men and women.
Y'all do it here. Then there's like opposite spaces. Y'all would call them the panderers, where they try to balance it out, the negativity here, by doing too
Joel,
much.
let me retort that, right? That's generally untrue. We had a conversation about what the conversation's about, right? So I'll speak for the platform since I'm always here. If things need to be retorted, they get retorted. If we need to thoroughly mine it out, then we will do. Then we'll come to a conclusion. So I think that's the truth, right? And I don't think people like to hear what they don't like to hear. And so then they'll say it's negative or positive, right? Depending on what side they err on, But to say a panderer is speaking positively of women, I think what he's doing, he's pandering, right? And so he puts her in a dangerous position because he's telling her things that she wants to hear and he doesn't mean them, right? So now imagine the manipulation. So no, I disagree. If my daughter was dealing with a panderer, she needs protection imminently, right? So no, I push back against that.
I never said it was a good thing.
Well,
can I also add?
I'm telling you what it is.
Good is the point I'm making that, right?
And can I also add?
Go ahead, Sean.
Add to that, Hemp. I do notice, like when we had this discussion, people, it's based on their interpretation of what like means. So it's like people who already have an opinion, because I kept hearing people will see people chat say that no one said or show how they like. It's like, well, people did. You just didn't like the example. And I think that's another part of this conversation that it gets missed. But I just noticed that a lot of conversation that happen and everywhere. It's like someone says something you don't like, they don't explain the way you like it automatically means it's not true. I think that's kind of intellectually whack. I'm just used to people doing it so much. So it's like if a guy doesn't express his life for women the way you think he should, then it doesn't count. And I just think that's kind of it's whack. That's just what I noticed that a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 100% right. You literally see because what Cheeky did kind of clear up is the subjectivity of it, right? And then so therefore, right, because you're giving an opinion, nobody can uproot your opinion at that point because the opinion is strictly based on how that woman makes you feel at those times. Right now, if somebody gives an opinion on something that can be factually proven, now that opinion can be rendered incorrect. Right. But when you're looking at the essence of a woman, depending on how you've experienced women, that's what you would see that essence as. So as an example for myself, my mom, I got 3 brothers, 2 sisters, right? I got 30 first cousins, it's a lot of people, right? My mom always cooked with a baby in her hand, answer the phone, cleaning up, make sure everybody ate. I never seen her sit down. That's nurture. That's love, that's her pouring it out. Right. And then somebody said, oh, it's for what she do for you. Nah, she doing that shit for everybody and then some. And then my kids. Like, so yeah, that's the essence, And people try to discount that, like, oh, she's in service. Huh? I'll kill and die for my mom.
I like that. I like how you said it's true. We shouldn't be discounting on women, bro. That's very true what you just said.
Well, no, but not even there was ladies discounting the fact that we appreciate it so much.
Yeah, but that's that point right there. Like that word discount, they shouldn't devalue themselves. It's like it's all something that's getting passed down. Like it's something that is necessary. It's wanted as well. And it could be it's like I said, I think it's because it's not appreciated at times. We don't highlight it as much. And they may need some affirmation, and that's probably what it is, in my opinion, but it's definitely appreciated though. even if it's not said.
What is Chad? So what did you say before? You said like because your opinion isn't something that they hold valid, therefore it shouldn't be like.
Right. If it's not,
yeah.
right. If it's not their same definition as men were giving their examples of what they like about women, they were peeping the chat basically what they explain isn't what they agree shows like, then it doesn't count. Like I mentioned how my ex was anxious about like making sure everybody was good. Somebody said, "Oh, you just want her to do more labor." And before I said that, I said, "I'm usually the person saying you don't got to do too much. Like chill out." But for her, it was like that's the way she showed all of us love at that time, and I was getting in the way of that by trying to tell her you don't got to do too much. It's just my family. And she's like, "No, it ain't about what you think I should do. This is how I want to express. This is how I show love." And I'm sad to realize that there are some women who show love in that way. And me being a person wanting them to don't do too much because I think it's labor, and she had to get me in check. Like, no, bro, I actually enjoy this. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to get across. So
I get that. I was just gonna say like I mostly agree with you, but there are some opinions, in my opinion, that can't be like scrutinized. Like for example,
for sure.
Yeah, I just want to just throw that out there because that's what it kind of first came off to me when I first heard it. Like for example, if you say, "Oh, my woman, we always wear the color red," I just like her wear the color red. It's like, okay. What the fuck makes her like? Well, why is that something that you hold her high regards? If she's wearing the color red, you know what I mean? Like that's how it kind of came off to me, but just
true, but it's still your opinion. I'm saying we all appreciate just giving perspective and opinion. We're not having a conversation about facts. We saying we all in the world with 24 hours. We just saying what we like, what we enjoy, our perspective. You can scrutinize it. That doesn't make it wrong. You just don't see it the way I see it. That's all.
Or we just see them differently. Like that's why I was like, it's too subjective to be like, men don't actually like women. Yeah, they do. I like them for a multitude of reasons. And you just don't like them.
Somebody listening for real, right?
Nah, I got you, Shep. Yeah.
And that's the thing. When we always giving up the points about the essence, if you watch it back, the majority of the brothers like, I could see that one. Even if you didn't think of it, oh yeah, that's a good one. I fuck with it. I seen that in a woman I appreciate before. You know what I'm saying? So they she wasn't really coming at Reaper. So you know. Poppy, what's popping, man? I gotta go to the gym, kid. What's goody?
What's good? What's good, family? How you doing?
Good.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing the right thing.
All right.
What's up, baby?
What's good?
What's good, fam? Yeah. You want to go with Reaper first, or what you want me to answer?
Nah, Reaper good. He was here a minute. Shrug just had to throw a little shot at him, but he trying to be mature. So
we cool now. Me and Reaper, we cool now. We got no more problems.
He said no.
We got no more problems.
There's a big difference between an armistice and a ceasefire, my nigga. There's a ceasefire right now. So. Go ahead, Poppy.
Go ahead, Poppy.
I saw the title
because he hate women. He could never just be cool.
I've been listening for the past 3 or 4 minutes, and I saw the title, right? And the title says straight men don't actually like women.
Mm-hmm.
That's false, bro. That's cap.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you, for the most part, as a man, right? What are the closest thing to us? Our mothers, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. What about after that? Our aunties, our grandmothers, our sisters. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
By default, it's plenty of men that have lost their life protecting those kind of women. Sometimes pussy they didn't even get. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So now when it comes to romantic relationship, that's when it get interesting. I'm kind of, you know what I mean? Because naturally we like what we like. And if we like a woman, we like to fuck them. Simple as that. That's nature, right? The problem is the problem comes after what happened after the sex.
The first part is, what about soldiers though? Soldiers is killing and dying for people they don't even know.
Yeah, but that's to protect like the bigger interest, which at that point would be the country, right?
Well, think about but then it's mostly men, and so one thing that Reaper was saying is that like or is that duty? Like, do men? So, like, if you know a baby's in a let's say you see somebody trying to kidnap a kid, and you think, and I hope, and I'm speaking, this might be in a platitude, right? Probably just to be fair, most men are gonna go intervene, right? That's what I hope and pray.
No, that's exactly what's going to happen. Even the women.
is that like though? You see what I'm saying? So like the fact that we protect our sisters and our moms, is that because is that duty? You see what I mean? I might be, you know what I'm saying? But go ahead, what you think?
I think that's in most men DNA, because I have been in like some sort of close situations like that. And I mean, I was fucking homegirl and she called me to some stressful situation. I almost catch a body. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but I didn't do it because of her. It was a little girl in there that I never met, but it was her little girl. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point though. You see what I'm saying? Like, do we like them or we just built like that for all intents and purposes?
I want to believe that most men are built like that. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example. If I go outside of my house and I see a man dragging a little kid, like, and I see something funny, I'm gonna drop him. You see what I'm saying? If I have to do 20, that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? But like, I cannot turn my head to look the other way. I just couldn't do it, even though that I don't know them for the kind of pain.
I think you see something that's vulnerable, right? So I think, and this is not shade at women, but we see them as vulnerable.
They're weak.
Yeah. So we have a inclination to protect. I don't know if that's because we like them though. You know what I mean? It's like biological, I guess you would say.
It's because of the attachment that we got to the closest thing to our heart, which is our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, because we would like somebody, if our mothers and our sisters on that position, we would like somebody that do it for us. Yeah. Okay. And the thing is like the whole liking men and women, right? It's because it's women that don't make themselves beneficial after the sex, most of them, right? Unless the women like you. You see what I'm saying? After the sex. However, most women get plenty of benefits from a nigga, whether you fucking them or not. Plenty of benefits, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like I was thinking, right? Because I give you an example, right? I give you an example both ways, right? A couple of months, this girl that I used to smash in the past, right? She called me. She said she needed a job. You know what I did? I plug her in with some. I know this other girl that owns one of those temporary jobs, agency joints. You see what I'm saying? And she ended up getting. Since I know a lot of people, I plug her in with her. She ended up getting something so she can get back on her feet, right? And today, I'll give you another example. Today, I haven't even smashed this girl, right? I just met her like about 3 weeks ago, something like that. This little pretty brown thing, right? She hit me up. She was like, "Oh, Papi, I need somebody to come look at my car. I got a Mercedes Benz." I asked her, "Yo, what kind of car it is?" Mercedes Benz. It turned on, but the transmission is not going. Like it doesn't shift gear. And you want to feel the car, like you got a car business. I'm like, okay. You need somebody to come look at your car. So you see how both work. Even though I haven't do nothing with this girl, I still send my Mexican homie to go look at her car. You see what? So it's plenty of benefits from a woman, whether you fucking them or not, from the guy. When we go out, it's plenty of time when you go out. You for the most part, I have plenty of girls paying for stuff like when we go out, but for the most part, men gonna end up paying for the most part. Yo. That's all across the board, for the most part. Yeah. So it's benefit for them. It's way more beneficial for them to just be friends. And I don't really believe that men and women can be friends like that. I don't believe on that. But that's like near impossible.
So you call them leeches, Papi? That's crazy.
No,
It's nature.
Papi agrees with the statement. Yo, but the benefits with men do because we feel responsible. We're dutiful, not because we like them, Pop. That's what you just articulated.
No, it's gonna be like, no, we actually like them because I believe most men are suckers, so they're gonna do doing the extra stuff just to please a woman.
But because he want box.
No, because plenty of men. Okay, if what you're saying is true, it wouldn't be the sexless marriage bullshit that people be talking over here on the internet, right?
That's duty, though. He stayed because he dutiful.
It don't matter what the reason he stayed. He stayed. Doesn't matter. You don't know that.
He don't like her though. He don't like her. He don't.
But he stayed. You don't know that he stayed.
Because he feel responsible. He dutiful. Pop. He don't like her.
But he stayed. You don't know that 100% sure he stayed.
Stevie Wonder could see it, Poppy.
Now, if you reverse it, you know a bitch is leaving you, bro. You see what I'm saying? As soon as she said she bored, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so that by default, okay, think about this, Hamp, right?
Go ahead.
And I learned this from, I heard this in these panels all the time, that most men, they're not getting sex like that, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what people say, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, when a woman come in the picture, don't you think this nigga gonna bend over to please this woman?
Pause.
For sex?
Not to be around her. Period. If they're not getting sex, right, or even attention from women, then that means they're gonna go the extra mile to be around them and then bending them over, right?
Yeah, because he want cheeks.
Yeah, but if come on, bro. If you're but that means it's hard for him to get.
All right, take this walk with me, right?
Go ahead.
I just walk with you. Take this walk with me.
Go ahead.
You detach the vagina. He doing all that?
Oh fuck.
Hey, Bob, it's no big deal. We've been talking about this shit for 3-4 hours, bro. We just look at the things that we tie value to, and it be mostly sexual. And we're not saying right or wrong. We just looking at the statement. How true is it? Now, let me do this. I gotta get out of here. Hey, Poppy Sloot, that was a good segment, though. That's a good.
I was hoping you would have hit me with that one, man. Fuck, yo.
That's a good clip, though. That's a good little 10-15 minutes.
No, but hey, one more thing, Ham. There's no sex involved with our close ones.
Huh? Say again, please.
There is no sex involved with the people that we really love in our lives, with the women that we love in our lives.
Yeah, no, I think there's it's not absolute that we don't like all women, but I think because it's such a minority of women, I think that kind of that's what we're really talking about. But no, 100%, we love like our moms, our sisters, and shit like that, and we're also dutiful to them, you know.
And I concede to your bullshit, right? You got me there, right? You gotta concede to my bullshit. Most women made themselves useful after we fuck
them. No.
You see, we 1-1. Thank you. I need to live with a tie. I
think I would have a retort to that, but hey, man, you know what? So, you know, you for the most part, you more right. That's for sure. You know, especially
I got one.
I never seen them again, too, Pop. But that's a different story. Oh, go ahead, Shot. Then I'm gonna let these two niggas get. I gotta go. Go ahead, Shot.
Yeah, it just seems like outside of the panel, people want the reality to be men don't like women. So I'm just curious. Let's go with it. I wonder why. Like, is it just because we horrible people? Like, men are just bad? Like, it seems like everyone wants it to be the truth. So I'm just curious to why people think that. Why, if that's the reality, why?
So I think I'm gonna have to mine through that. Me and Rel had a show for tomorrow, but I think we can explore the other side and then break that down too. For tomorrow. Let me read these real quick. AL with the 2000s. Do women even like women? We had that conversation before about the friend conversation. Just Jim with the 2000s. Great point, Sherelle. You missed fantastic because he asked the same as the ones you named. So I'll say it. Or maybe they hate black women, nor do they get vagina like that either. AL with the 2000s. Having women around brings in money. Well, we were talking about that earlier too. And Unchained with the 2000s. Sherelle proves why we shouldn't. You want to respond to this, Sherelle?
Go get that generator, Ed.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead, CJ and Sherelle. Y'all got 4 minutes.
So I don't know why Sherelle worried about who I'm fucking. Maybe she want me to be fucking her. See, y'all can see that she mentally ill. This lady is slow as fuck, slow as molasses. She dumb as shit. She want my dick for some reason. She thinking about my girl. I don't know why she thinking about my girl for some. Because she don't got a man. She got to think about my relationship.
CJ is clearly on his last few brain cells. They're slowly drifting away. So by some.
This nigga gonna gas it up by making it act like she said some shit that's funny. Like, come on, man. Niggas, see how niggas ain't shit? Niggas ain't shit, man.
We like women. Sorry.
Niggas ain't shit. This woman is dumb. She's slow as shit. She mentally ill. She got a fucking problem. She demonic. She worried about my dick. She wants some dick. I don't know. Sherelle, I'm not giving you no dick, Sherelle.
Yo, CJ,
right,
see, yours was too visceral.
Yeah.
Right? You doing so much.
It was too much.
Demonic.
Yeah.
Like, everybody
Black dog get on my fucking nerves, man. Black dog with that retarded ass lie.
He demonic.
Yeah,
Sherelle
was
added
wrong.
all
No,
that
Sherelle.
laugh, feel me, to make
Like,
it like she said some funny
Yo,
shit.
it was just so simple compared
it
to
was
what you
so
said. It was just like, you just dumb nigga. I'm just like,
I mean, like,
Hey, Black
nigga, that
Dog.
shit was
Black
fucking
Dog.
dumb.
Because he was going so hard, right?
yeah.
Then she said, this
She
nigga
worried about my
gotta-
fucking girl
Then she
and me
said-
fucking my girl and shit. Like, she wants
It's
some
like,
dick. You want
he
some dick,
basically
Sherelle?
just
CJ. The CJ.
like,
Sherelle, you want some dick?
You got a chipped tooth and you dumb. After all you just said, like,
Yo,
Black Dog fucking gas that shit up,
no.
man. She
All
said,
she did was just hand wave you away.
"It's
He was
so
like,
funny." She
get out of
fucking slow.
So
She wasn't funny.
he
That
said
shit
a
wasn't
million
fucking.
times you don't even want to have sex, bro. So that shit don't even hit. Like that.
She wouldn't have sex. She posted some. She's
Black
slow.
Dog
I ain't
was
gonna.
not
I ain't gonna put
gas.
all her
Black
fucking
Dog was
info in
being
the fucking
consistent.
world, but
Black
that
Dog was
lady
being
is.
consistent.
That
He
lady
always
is
laugh like,
miserable.
hey,
She
Poppy,
is a.
don't Black Dog always laugh like that?
Yeah, I
yeah,
know he
yeah,
always
some
do that
crazy
shit.
laugh.
He
Yeah, you
always
always
do
got a
that
weird
shit,
laugh.
man.
All right, hold on,
And
CJ, question.
Terrell is
CJ,
miserable. Go
CJ,
ahead, bro.
I need to ask you a question, bro. If you
Go
see
ahead.
Sherelle in a stressful situation, right, about to get jumped by two niggas, man, will you help? If you right
Girl,
there, you can
fucking know.
stop
I know it's Sherelle's fault. I'm gonna say, oh, she did something. I'm walking right the fucking way. She did something to deserve it.
Yeah, y'all be killing me, man.
Yo,
I know what the fuck. She don't shut the fuck up. She said something. That's what I'm gonna think.
Hey man, look, I gotta get out of here. Sherelle,
All right,
good
Hap.
shit.
Thank you for letting me up.
CJ, good
Thank you.
shit. Cheek in the building. Black Dawn with the diabolical laugh. Reaper growing back in his beard. All praises to the Most High. Mr. Williams in the building. Poppy, of course.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Aaron, that's not Aaron. That's Mrs. Aaron. Hey, Shaw, good shit.
like that. Shit
Cuzzo.
like that.
Marv, I see you in the back, Playboy. There you go. I apologize. I gotta get out of here, man. I might fire it up. No, I ain't gonna fire it up tonight. But tomorrow, Relly Part 2, we're gonna finish this. We gotta get in answer Shaw question, and we definitely gonna angle it to the women. And I got a couple other what's it called? Current events that I want to look at, man. But this was a fun show. Salute to the 500 people. We got up to like 550. Salute to the people on Twitter and all that. Good show, man. It's interesting as a motherfucker. And Ace Metaphor, if you listening, beloved, because apparently you be listening. Sherelle said that shit first. Perfect. But when a nigga
shit,
million
man.
followers, you could do shit like that. Hey, shout to all the brothers grinding, man. I don't really see a whole bunch of that shit, but when he made the clip, niggas proved his point, I think, today, man. TBD, huh? I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like,
We
share,
out.
subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out. CJ, somebody call CJ after the show. Check on him, man.